done his own. There is none of us today that has done as much as what Nnamdi Kanu had done in promoting the cause of our people. For every woman being, we have our own flaws. Dr. Wasara has his own flaws. All other human beings have their own flaws. So Nnamdi Kanu will also have his own flaws. But what he has achieved for Biafra, for the independence of Biafra, for the freedom of the Igbos, had far surpassed whatever anybody has done in living memory. And that's the truth of the matter. Like him or hate him, that's the truth. Nnamdi Kanu has done what a lot of people cannot do.
Last time I spoke, I told you that IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu gave a knockout to Nigeria round 1. Okay. And people were saying that I was talking, now you don't have to. It has started happening. It has started happening. Nnamdi Kanu. A lot of people claim that they are Niger Delta. One of them who said fighting for Niger Delta in public on Facebook today was wishing somebody happy independent anniversary. 419. The victory of Biafra is very near. Very simply. We are very close. Nnamdi Kanu are giving them. I said they are bribing, and it is a fact. About 50 billion have been put aside by the Buhari government to bribe people, especially from the Jaw Nation, young men, combatants from the Jaw Nation, not to support Biafra, not to support Nnamdi Kanu, not to shield Nnamdi Kanu. This is true. The bribe did not come to me. I was told about the bribe, and I asked how much, and I asked the person. So 50 billion is a problem. The IPOB under Nnamdi Kanu and the Radio Biafra London have been the biggest organization in the struggle for the restoration of the sovereignty of the Biafran states. There are other organizations, but presently Radio Biafra and the IPOB under Nnamdi Kanu have been in the forefront, have been the loudest in this actualization for. I cannot impose my will on them that they must accept my will. Oh, the younger brother, Nnamdi Kanu, Abba, we must give honor to who honor is due. There is nobody living on death. There is nobody living on death. I repeat it. There is nobody living on death that in so short a time has brought the issue of Biafra to the forefront, the issue of Biafra to the front burner of the world politics, as Nnamdi Kanu has done it. There's nobody. I've done nothing. I don't want to be attributed anything. I am doing what I'm supposed to do as a Biafra.
Posi hike mele ọ ga-achọkwa nwa dike asị m dododo unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na Chijireji efola asị m unu binye unu bịa tara ọjị na Chijireji efola nna nna anyị ochie mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Igbo dị ndụ mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dị ndụ mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka ụmụ Biafra dị ndụ asị m unu binye n'oge akara aka eluo asị m na gboo dike mbọsị ihe ike mere ọ ga-achọ nwa dike ọ sị na mberede nyiri dike na mberede ka o ji ama nwa dike ọ ya ka m ji akpọ unu n'isi ọhamadike bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ya ọ bụ Mazi Nnamdi Kanu otu mkpụrụ anya ji isi ụgwọ otu ọnụ na-ekwuchitere mba niile ụkpaka na-agba n'odo mmiri na-agba n'oge nke ya asị m unu binye n'isi ya nye ogologo ndụ na-arụ isi ike napụta ya na eke, napụta ya na orie, napụta ya na afọ, napụta ya na nkwọ asị m na ahịa akara aka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ, na ahịa akara aka agaghị eri Maazị Nnamdi Kanu asị m unu ga-anapụta Nnamdi Kanu na eke, napụta ya na orie, napụta ya na afọ, napụta ya na nkwọ asị m mee ka ọnụ niile kwụrụ njọ n'isi atụgharịa kwụ mma ka ọnụ kọrọ ogiri, ọnụ kọrọ ogiri lacha Chukwu okike abịa ma onye jiri mmiri siri ike kpọọ aja, were aja siri ike kpọọ mmadụ. Asị m na taata bụ ụbọchị eke n'ala Igbo. Asị m na eke ga-eketara Nnamdi Kanu ndụ, eke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe, oke ga-eketara ya ndụ, oke ga-eketara ya Biafra, oke ga-eketara ya nwere onwe, oke ga-ekegburu ya ndị iro, kegburu ya ajọ mmadụ na ajọ mmụọ. Asị m na mbọsọ ga-apụta ekwensu ga-anọ n'ụra, ndị ilu ya ga-anọ n'ụra, ọkwa na ekwe osu. Asị m gịnị bụ ekwensu? Asị m na mbọsọ ọ ga-apụta ya bụ ndị ilo ga-anọ n'ụra, ọha bụ ndị ọha nwa bụ ekwensu. Asị m na ha ncha ga-anọ n'ụra, na Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Nnamdi Kanu ga-apụta n'ike na ebube. Asị m na ọnụ kwụrụ njọ n'isi ya ga-atụgharịkwọ mma. Asị m ọbịa igbu Nnamdi Kanu gbuo onwe ya. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị adị ndụ, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Onye si na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, onye a ga-eji anazere mmiri. Ọnụ niile kwọrọ ogiri, ọnụ ga-akọrọ ogiri lacha. Osisi abụla oturu ga-emeche wee kwele. Onye asị na Nnamdi Kanu agaghị apụta, asị m na ọnụ ahụ iji wee kwuo ya na ike ejikwa ya wee kwugharịa mma n'isi ya. Asị m na ebe onye ahụ na-atụ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu aga, asị m aka gị ga-akpọnwụ. Osisi ahụ fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu wee tọọ nkwe, asị m ikuku futuo gị. Anya ọbụla fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu kwawa akwa alịla, asị m alịrị akọrọ ya n'anya. Onye fọrọ Nnamdi Kanu cheta ihe gburu nwa ya, ihe gburu nwa ya gbuo ya, maka na ọ bụrụ ya gburu nwa gị. Chukwu okike abịa ma asị m na belede nyiri dike, belede ka o ji amawa dike. Asị m na okirikiri ka a na-agba ukwu ose, ọ dadị ukwu ose enu. Na okirikiri ka ndị iro ga-agba Nnamdi Kanu mana ha ama mkpata ya aka. Ọ sị na nkirikiri ka ọ na-ekiri odudo, jiri odudo enyi ozu. Na ọkwanụ nkirikiri ka ndị iro ga na-ekiri ya mana ha ama mfụ ya anya. Asị m na eje anabụ isi ije. Asị m na Nnamdi Kanu ga-eje na ọ ga-ana. Asị m na inye anaghị eri ọba maka na inye na ọba bụ nwanne. Inye agaghị eri Nnamdi Kanu maka na ọ bụ nwa iyi. Asị m na Nnamdi Kanu ga-adị ka echi, echi anaghị agwụ agwụ. Maka na ije ejere bụ ije mmiri, ọ bụrụ eje nkụ. Asị m na ya bụ ije ga-abụ ije mmeri. Asị m na ọ ga-anata n'udo. Asị m na ọ ga-abata sirili welere. Asị m na unu ga-aga kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu. Asị m unu ga-akpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu, gaa kpọnatara anyị Nnamdi Kanu, gaa tụnye ugo, gaa nye ya mmeri, gaa nye ya mmeri, gaa nye ya mmeri, tụnye ugo n'elu ugo, nye ike n'elu ike, nye ya ndụ n'elu ndụ. Ọkwanụ ndụ ka o ji efu na-efufe. Unu nye Nnamdi Kanu ndụ, onwe ike wee kwụrụ jinjin, onwe ike wee kwụrụ wee fuo n'ofufe. Asị na ya kara ka anaghị eri nwa ngwụrọ. Ihe mere ha ji jide Nnamdi Kanu bụ ka nwee ike wee megide ndị Igbo, ka nwee ike megide ụmụ Biafra, ka nwee ike wee kwuchie anyị ọnụ, ka ha nwere ike wee kachi anyị ọnụ, ka anyị ghara ikwu okwu ọzọ. Mana ama m na dododo Chukwu okike abịa ma ndị nwa na ndị nwe mmiri, ndị nwe ikuku, ndị nwe anyanwụ, mmụọ nna nna anyị ochie, mmụọ niile nwụrụ anwụ ka anyị dị ndụ, mmụọ niile ọ kwafọrọ ọbara ha n'ike maka ihi Biafra. Asị m unu binyenu, asị m unu dododo na ọkwa na unu bụ ihe nwe ike a, ọkwa na unu ga-eji ọgụ mmụọ a, ọkwa na unu ga-aga buori ya, ọkwa na unu ga-aga napụta ya maka na ihe ọ tinyere unu n'aka anaghị ele ule. Asị m dododo igiriga ọgụ mmụọ. Eze nwaanyị niile nọ n'ala Igbo, mmụọ niile nọ n'ala Igbo, asị m unu binye, maka na onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị aṅụ mmiri, onwe onye nọ n'ụwa na-anaghị eri nnu. Nnu bụ ihe ụtọ si na mmiri wee pụta. Onye ọbụla na-eri ihe na-eri ihe dị na mmiri. Onye na-asa arụ ji mmiri asa arụ. Onye ọbụla na-eme ihe ọbụla ọ na-eme ji mmiri eme ya. Asị m ihe ọbụla mmadụ na-eme n'ụwa, mmiri ọ na-ebubu ụzọ. Asị m onye ọbụla kpọrọ mmiri asị na mmiri a ga-agbagbu ya. Asị m onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla fụrụ mmiri n'anya ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla mmiri na-awụsa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye ọbụla mmiri na-emesa n'arụ ga-afụ Nnamdi Kanu n'anya. Onye na-aṅụ mmiri na-eli nnu, asị m na ọnụ anyị ji wee lie nnu wee ṅụọ mmiri na ị ga-eji akwa okwu ọma n'isi Nnamdi Kanu n'aha Chukwu okike abịa ama.
Ise. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra Hausa service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alu province of Biafra land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 28th day of June 2023. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of us to welcome your friends and well-wishers onto this hallowed platform. Because this is where we preach the gospel of liberation. This is where we preach the gospel of freedom. This is where we worship. Where Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started activating our brains. You know that our brains, human brain, is more than 2.5 million gigabytes in memory capacity. Do you know that? But you know, the most intelligent human being is not even using 10% of the brain capacity. Here we stimulate and activate our brains to think, to reason, critical reasoning. Because this is how humans advance. The advancement of a human being to where we are today, it starts with reasoning, critical thinking, questioning. Do you know that when you start questioning, you start making researches? That is questioning. It makes you to start looking for answers to different questions. Because there are millions of questions surrounding us in this planet Earth. Questioning makes a human being to start inventing aeroplane you are flying today. You know that? Had it been without questioning, would have believed that God created us like this, so we can never fly. It's birds that fly, it's insects that can fly. We don't have wings now, so. But human beings started questioning, saying, no. How do we overcome this force of gravity? Birds can fly. They are not they are more dense, they are more heavier than air. Birds, they can fly. What makes them fly? They are heavier than air. So why should they fly and we human beings, we cannot fly? That is a question that makes people start reasoning, start thinking critically, and start trying to find out the answer to the questions. That is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has activated here. Here, question is not a sin here. That is why we must continue upholding this hallowed platform in its originality. No compromise. This is, just like a parliament where we establish school of thought, where we gather and reason. Not where we gather and believe. No. Not where we gather and start behaving zombies like Nigeria. No. That is not it. This is where we reason. Therefore, without taking much time, because I'm here with our Mazi, our veteran. Mazi, please welcome to the program and introduce yourself before we go on. Mazi, welcome. There we go.
Yeah, Mazi Chinedu. Good evening, fellow Biafran. Good evening, and happy hearing this evening. I am Mazi Ezekulie, the old soldier that saw it all, and God, by His infinite mercy, still keep me alive today. Britain thought that we all have died. 52 years, maybe they are no more. We are here. We will be exposing them this evening. Fellow Biafran, come together, come close to your listening device, and listen to us this evening as we expose the evil Satan called Britain this evening. Thank you, Mazi.
There were Mazi. First of all, because we are going to discuss issues that are current affairs concerning us as a people. There is this news headline I saw that the president of Nigeria, Tinubu, this is the news of 26th of June, that is 2 days ago. Tinubu renames airports after Buhari, Osman Danfodio, Awolowo, Akintolo, Okadibo, others. Okay. There is something I observe here, or one of the things I observe here. Mazi, we know that Osman Danfodio, he is one of the great ancestors of the present Fulani, Osman Danfodio. I want people to listen attentively for you to understand, to see how politics of collective interest, how it works wonders. Ottoman Danfodio is the man, the Fulani teacher that through his teaching he put divisions in the midst of Hausas. The divisions that caused war, started war 1808. Check 1808. Let me tell you, 1808, even Christianity never arrived in Igbo land. Yeah, do you understand? Because I think Christianity first arrived Igbo land, Onisha. I'm talking of Biafra land, Igbo land. I think in 1857, the first attempt. 1857. So, but Ottoman Danfodio, he preached, he used his Quranic preaching and caused a war between brothers. What I'm telling you is for you to understand the consequence of embracing totally foreign ideology or foreign religion. Now, not only that, this man that conquered the race, the great Hausa race, mind you, that time Hausas, they were part of Songhai Empire in that 19th century, early 19th century. They were part of Songhai Empire, for your information. Ottoman Danfodio was able to gain access to the King Yunfa's palace, king of Hausa kingdom, as a preacher of gospel of Islam. This man, the king, made a mistake of his life by allowing Ottoman Danfodio to granting him access to the palace. Oh, Chineke Ekwenayo. Let us learn from history, please. Now, this man started preaching in, even teaching the king's children. And what he did, he's a foreigner. He wants to gain access. He started preaching hatred from the sons, preaching hatred against the king, dividing people, teaching them that they should hate their king, that their king is not a real Muslim, because he's embracing or is allowing other non-Muslim houses to be there as a brother. So, do you see it? Now, this thing cumulated into war before King Yunfa of that time Gobert will understand anything that is happening. The man has divided the minds, captured the minds of some Hausas. Now they turn Hausas against Hausas. You understand? It cumulated into war in 1804. This history, most of us know it. But I want to bring out something there. It cumulated into war, 4 years war, 1804 to 1808. This war is not even between foreigners against Hausas. Listen, Hausas against Hausas. Do you understand me? Because that time there was no much Fulanese in Hausa land. So King Yufa was acting alone. He with a handful of maybe brothers and sisters, but he turned the people. For you to understand how a foreigner can come and turn people against themselves, it's religion. He used religion. Now, they know that this man, Ottoman Danfodio, conquered the Hausas. Hausas normally supposed to be annoyed. Fulani, they are not up to 2% of the Nigerian population today. Realistically, they are not up to. Forget about the exaggerations in Google, which they pay. Fulani are paying for all these things because it is they know politics. They know that you have to sponsor. Your politics is about propaganda, is about lies. You have to play dirty. You have to soil your hand. You have to do everything in order to succeed. As a people, our people don't know this. That's why we are nothing. We are slaves. You understand? Everybody is going for his own benefit. Now, in a Nigeria of more than 500 ethnic groups, tribes, and languages. Where Fulani is a minority, but they are able to bring their conqueror, one of their great ancestors. They were able to bring him up to the level of the president of Nigeria. Let me call it Nigeria, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now naming institutions on Ottoman Danfodio's name. Somebody that should be, hated by even a whole Hausa race. Why? Because the Fulani, they know how to play politics. Tell me, Igbo man that we go, that we start a campaigning. Igbo politicians that we start campaigning for maybe Ekumeku warriors. Why not name one institution, one airport in Lagos, in Iguacha, even in our land, to our ancestors or any of our ancestors? They don't do it. This man, Ottoman Danfodio, the time Ottoman Danfodio existed, Nigeria never exists. Are you hearing me? It's not that way, because when you talk about Azikiwe, these are the people of yesterday that know about Nigeria. Ottoman Danfodio has no business to do with Nigeria as a country. Do you understand me? He has no business to do with Nigeria. But because of the collectivity, the politics of Fulani Caliphate, the politics of collectivity, collective interests, they have to work hard in order to make sure that this man is protruded to the limelight of Nigeria politics. That is why today everywhere in the north, even schools are named after Ottoman Danfodio. Can you do that? Do you think it's easy? When you go, each Igbo man, Igbo person, go to politics, enter. Now they bribe you, they buy you off. Now you echegarande onye waka. You go and do your business, thinking that politics is your personal business. That is why they relegated those. Because when we talk about the relegated Igbo politicians, yes, but they relegated us as a people into slavery, into 50th class slaves. I'm telling you, because our people don't understand what is politics of collective interest. Everybody only one na guardian for his own interests. Anything or get with it. And then if you go and you get position as an Igbo man, but tell you to be against your collective interests. Look at, just when you sit down, you start watching all of them. That is why I have stopped blaming Igbo politicians. I blame Igbo people in general. Because you that is bring the person today, a neutral person, Igbo, ordinary Igbo person that is talking, politician, bring him, catapult him into the high political office. He will do worse. So it's not about the Igbo politician. It's a general disease. And this is what we need to cure. When you look down on your collective interests and our collective interests, and you start thinking that you are deceiving everybody, everything will ricochet back on you. But when you first of all embrace our collectivity, that is the time you have power as an individual. You will have power as an individual. Do you understand that? That is one secret our people, we Igbos, never understand until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came and established IPOB, collectivity, to have focus. That is why, how many times have Igbo politicians met to discuss things that concerns us as a people? Do they? No, they don't. Soludo, we go to Lagos to Nambalangwa Batana. Instead of calling Igbo people, now what is happening to us? Listen, look at anytime the Fulani they are, let me see the Fulani. Anytime they want to make statements. Remember when they ordered their people to start coming from the east due to the episode that happened in Aba? When they did tomato ban on tomato, no sending of tomato to the south, they did it collectivity. You didn't see somebody, governor of Kanu, start going and say no, Kanu Fulani Oya, Kano citizens, or more na come, only you. Ndị Igbo. How? Chineke. Mazi biko when he get here, even preamble biko. The thing, I don't know. Our people don't understand what is politics. We think that once you go do that politics to get your interest, when did Anambra Imo come into existence? All these things that are they're not us. They follow anything they are doing. They will call it collectivity. They're not. Collective not. They don't have to divide. This is a Borno. Oh yeah, come. Sokoto go their own. Bauchi go their. They will say they're not because it carries weight. Do you understand? The highest weapon against a people is division. Division weakens. That is what the West is trying to do. Russia using the what do you call him? The leader or Wagner Group chief in order to weaken. That is because this is something very primary. When a people is weakened, everybody is pursuing his own, which means all of you will become slaves direct. But you see a people that are in bunch, it doesn't matter the difficulties, the internal quarrels, but we manage to stay in bunch. Do you think that the Northerners, they don't quarrel? Look at what is happening even in Kanu. The new governor of Kanu State, he entered, he demolished every structure, almost all the structures set in by Gandoja, former governor. All the whole state, they are like that. They have internal quarrels. But when they are facing outside problem, they face it as a bunch. I don't know. Mazi, sometimes you can this struggle opened my eyes on our people that we don't know nothing. We are just blessed by nature and talent, but when it comes to organization politics, we are nothing. I will nothing. Onye guy like Governor Soludo, he go talk about Anambra people. What type of useless character is this? Whereas everything, they are not persecuting you because you are Anambra, because you are Imo, but because you are Biafran, because you are Igbo man. Why not go in a bunch in order to talk and take action? Nigeria. You are more Nigerian. Are you more Nigerian than the Fulani? Are you more Nigerian than them? But they are more smart. They are smarter than you. I'm telling you, because you never see anything that happens. Now they start dividing themselves. Say, oh no, Zamfara man says something. Come, Zamfara people living in Onisha or living in Biafra land. I'm calling. No, they come in a bunch. They call themselves we Northerners. They never go alone. They never make a statement that is one person, to divide, separate you from others, because they know that once they start doing that, that is their downfall. Do you understand me? But look at Osman Danfodio. He has no business in Nigeria. But because of their politics of collective interest, they have pushed this name up, and they become maybe they'll build a shrine, and every Nigerian politician will be going there to pray before you take office. You understand me? They work it. It's not easy, but they did it. They can have, it doesn't mean that they don't have their internal problems. But once they come to face outside, they now maintain a brave face, a common face. That is one thing we should learn. You can be fighting with your brother and sister. Fighting, no problem. But once an outsider come, now you people will join, leave your fight. Now you join together in order to face the outsider. It will bring respect. But when you go, you start tarnishing the image of being your brother or your sister, conniving with the outsider, in order to, because of the internal quarrel you have. Now you bring it out. You join with an outsider in order to kill your brother. You are the most hopeless set of person or people. You are hopeless. Even the foreigner will see you as hopeless. It pains me like the reports that was given the other day, even from Mazi Chinasanworo. We read the report about one of us that I think it was in Enugu. I think so. That a family member that they went, they came to Nigerian military and the forces. They came to kidnap this man. This guy, this comrade, entered into the roof, the ceiling, to hide. They searched, they couldn't see him. They wanted to go, and they asked a neighbor, a woman, and the woman called them, said, no, I heard a noise up. Go, it might be up. And he saw the life of this man. Do you see Iberiberi? Okorocha will say Iberiberism. You know, this type of character is a killer character. We are talking about, every time we talk about the saboteurs, Asari Dokubo, the politicians are sabotaging us. Yes, those are the higher class. But the most dangerous saboteurs are all these umwiriri saboteurs in our land. Both are Karaselas, in this one no na here nere banana. In this one Brinulo. You know, walking among ourselves, they are the most dangerous. That is why we need to change our mentality. They are the most dangerous. These are people that will be shouting, this one is killing us. But because you have, maybe that woman, why he saw that our brother, maybe they quarreled maybe yesterday, a day before that day, as the people have been a yard. You know, just maybe ordinary normal quarrel between neighbors or brothers and sisters. Ordinary normal quarrel that is everyday, day-to-day life. Because we cannot be together without quarreling internally. It's impossible. You know. Now, because of that, because this is in the life of Igbo people. This malice, keeping malice, small thing. Ordinary quarrel that after everything will be okay, we quarrel, we stay together, we quarrel. Now you see death that will come to kill your brother. Oh, because I went to pump. We are fetching the same pump. So I told him that I'm in a hurry. I want to fetch first. He said no. Me too, I'm in a hurry. So he make you harbor that thing. Now, if people kill Nigerian forces come to kill him, you report, he hide. You say no, he's there. He's a bad man. You see, we quarreled yesterday. That man, no, I will deal with him. When shall we stop this type of? That's why I say our people, we are primitive in thinking, in actions. Primitive, the primitive. How will you say your brother to foreigners to kill him? Let us learn. Look at how the Fulani portrayed, brought out Ottoman Danfodio that was not part of Nigeria. He never, you know, when he was existing, Nigeria was never amalgamated. But they tried and they forced one of their ancestors to the limelight of Nigeria. And the institutions are officially named after him. Onye sindi amaro here, you know, I know kunandi Fulani ma I don't know. I want let's be open. This is our parliament. Don't feel like they now. You know, we learn. You come and tell me how Fulani and the amaro here. You tell me. Because this is the wrong notion we have about them, but how they deal with us. We didn't know that Owain were the most stupid and gullible set of people. I'm telling you, Ndibo, we are politically unwise, and we're on him. And now, where is he leading us? Everybody is suffering. Do you see it? Do you understand me? So that is it. They are renaming airports, and the Ottoman Danfodio's name is there. Do you understand? And they say it's part of innovation. Renaming airport is part of innovation. Oh, I don't know how we are being punished to put into that place. There is a reason anyway. There is a reason. Because the light shines brightest at the darkest corner. at the darkest side. That is the reality. So they have done it, or brought their one of their ancestors. Whereas you are going to churches, casting out your ancestors, demonizing them, and a program you not cast out your ancestors. The Fulani, they are cherishing their ancestors, and they are moving on well. Do you see the difference? Your ego, your egocentrism, your selfishness will not allow you to. He said, no, since I started casting out my ancestors, I am having breakthrough. You are not here. You are a zombie. And one of you say, well, there is nothing I can describe you now. We will zombie. You are progressing. One of us, he said, go where you are progressing. Ngwana Brumo to carry your nice car, which you are riding abroad. Carry it to come Biafra land. 8 o'clock in the evening, 8 p.m. Start driving from Abatowere or from Enugu to Iguacha. And just can you enjoy our land now? That's your progress. You are hiding. Aren't you? Because we are not coordinated. Our enemies, they now saw that they put more sword in our umbilical cord in order to disperse it. Only one now was in our put a chorome. It's very sad indeed. It's very sad. Let me just, before I bring in Mazi, let me continue, please. Another news headline, which I want to. Nigeria police arrest kidnappers or kidnappers terrorizing Enugu. When you check the names, I look at the names. They are Fulani people. One is it Osman? Let me check. Okay. No. I want to read out the names. Sane Osman and Landi Osman. Sane Osman from Sokoto, terrorizing us in our land, in Biafra land, in Enugu. And in that Enugu, Mazi, I saw a trending viral video. Some people, native doctor, he buried himself, they bury him and he 24 hours he come up. Mazi, he buried Bendi by him, legidea. All these things, what is he adding? All these things just to make people, to prepare people's mind to being scammed. Hey, no, nya native doctor, dibia. Hey, the Fulani, they are terrorizing everybody in your land, in our land, and you have power. You don't use that your power to send them into oblivion. No. All that you are preparing people's mind is to be giving you money. Now, the question I want to ask, can you ever see that they caught Igbo people in any part of the north, terrorizing those parts of the north, and they will be caught alive? And and you have biscuit and chocolate. Is it possible? But here we are today. The Fulani openly. That axis has been the kidnapping and killing has been going on. It became, to the extent it became even normal to our people. Now you see people videoing. You see these cars, empty cars. They have been led into the bush. They have been kidnapped. So some of them are. Look at these cops. This one have been killed. Look at their cars. You see. Today they have been caught. Not that they have been caught. They just want to use it. The news police boss, Yoruba man, is there. So they want to do something to prove that, at least to get people's mind. All these things are politics. To get people's mind. That now he's working. And Nigeria, they know how to hold Nigerians hostage now. So these two people and others from this Fulani. Since how many years have we been complaining? People are making video complaining that the Fulani are kidnapping and killing all our people there in Enugu, in that axis. These are Fulani people coming to our land. Can you imagine Igbo, maybe Igbo person in Zamfara kidnapping, killing Zamfara people? The people will rise up and go and start burning, killing Igbos anywhere they see them in Zamfara and parts of the north. Do you see where we are living? Automatically we have accepted to be slaves. You understand? I may accept unconsciously that we are slaves. That's what it means. If the Fulani can be openly coming to kill us in our land, to lament. After all, you go to church and pray and commit your life into the hand of Jesus, so that what happened to Kaf yesterday, he was kidnapped and killed, it will not happen to you. That you cover yourself with the blood. Is part of that selfishness. We must remove this selfish character, selfish brain in our life, so that we walk as a people. If you can be going to pray for your own private protection and others will die, what type of religious ideology is that? What type of religious ideology? They condemn everybody, every woman, in order to be praying for your own private success. But our detractors, the caliphate, they are coming in group. They are not talking of their selfish protection. No. They are talking about everything is collectivity. Do you see where we lose it? All these things is what we are trying to correct. On the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started, think collectively. Let us be thinking collectively, because there will be nothing like I, if not we. If there is nothing like we, no, nothing like I. I think Peter Obi started talking, instead of coming direct. I think I saw that whether I wrote it, I kept it. Peter Obi, he said, he told the governors, please stop destroying people's properties out of vendetta, but do it with love. There is a way he put that in English.
Compassion. Should have compassion.
Should have compassion. Instead of telling the governor of Lagos, say, why are you destroying the properties of my people? He cannot say it. He never slave. How can slave talk now? Instead, Oga called the political. He told the governors all over Nigeria, stop destroying people's properties. I saw it. Let me check whether I can. Let me check it. I want to see that headline. I want to say it how he said it. Exactly.
He said he should have compassion on the people.
Okay.
He was pleading for compassion.
Okay. Instead, he told the governors. So he didn't, in the Nigerian setting, they are being prohibited from defending anything Igbo man, his brother. It is a prohibition. They banned them. I could remember one time, Okorocha in the Senate, he was talking something and trying to talk about, I think, Igbo's, some part of Igbocha. If you see the reprimand, the warning he received, he said, don't talk about those people. Talk about your own zone. You don't need, they have people talking for them. These people, Mazi, the caliphate, they are too wise for us. The too wise. They put everybody. That is why you see governor of Anambra, he will go and they talk about Anambra people. He don't talk about he don't concern him. He will defend, because that is the way they are programmed. They want them anytime. Don't defend any other. You are able man, yes, we know, but don't defend. Go, you have a territory. Only that your territory. Don't talk about any other person. But in their own, they defend collectively. Mazi, him and you, before God and man, I know in a cage, very big cage. Here we liberate ourselves is not small thing, no Mazi. Honestly speaking, because this thing is not normal. They will program you. Don't defend any other. Just defend that you are small territory. Talk about them only. Oh, you are from you are governor of Ebony. Come and talk only Ebony. Don't talk about the totality of the Igbo. They have others talking. So this thing is a program. It's a program, and we are dying. You know, defending this program, working with this program, they sentence us. It's very, very sad. It's very, very sad. Let me go. Let me read another news headline, please. We are talking on the current affairs that is facing us. Mazi will come in. Make on no worry. Mazi will come in. Now, there is this news also. Germany's immigration law creates new job opportunities for Nigerians. You know, when we say that Nigeria, they create Nigeria and Africa in general for raw material, harnessing of raw material. Not only Germany, go to Canada, the same thing. Canada, the same thing. That Canada is, you know, their immigration law now is they bring weavers for in order to encourage Nigerians to come and work in Canada. And the worst part of it is that, you know, we think that it is a good thing. People will be giving testimonies in churches. Oh, praise Jesus. Nah, I'm going to Canada. In matter that, you know, during the apartheid era in South Africa, the whites apartheid people. That time self. If any place you want to travel from South Africa as a black person, they will kiss you. The traveling agency will even is them. They will not. They will get visa for you if the place needs visa. I'm telling you. They will kiss as you are going out from the airport. They will kiss you goodbye. You know, kiss you. Shake. Even they will dash you something if they could, for you to run away. They want, because they want you empty. That is what they are doing to us. You understand? That is exactly what they are doing to us. Nigeria is created to harness raw materials, both human raw materials. It is there. That is what is happening, and we are happily marching into abyss, into hell. Happily, if not that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came and opened our eyes and say, this place you are going, thinking that this is a road that leads to perdition, no. And they are say, testimony. Yeah, this is why can't we have walks in our own land? Why? Why? You are going there, you are going to Canada, you are going to Germany in order to develop their land. To forget your own. As our own land is being taken over. It is very, very sad indeed. In this work, the working, developing our land, look, the latest news that Britain to partner with Ohaneze Ndibo. Oh! For Southeast development, Chineke kwena yojo. And you see, you know, greening from ear to ear. These are deceivers. Britain is now we want to partner to develop a Southeast. In what way? Britain they gave us 20 pounds. Britain helped to slaughter us as a people. They don't want us to breathe. Harold Wilson, the former British Prime Minister during the Biafra War, he said millions of our dead bodies, of our Biafra corpses, or children that we killed, slaughtered the Biafra children, or starving Biafra children, we never force Britain to change their policy towards Biafra. Now, are they changing their policy? They have come in another way. If they are genuine, of which, why am I saying if they are genuine? Look at Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a British citizen. They helped to rendition him. Britain. Now this news now, you see Ndieri will be shouting, hey, now Britain now develop. These are our killers. These people are our killers. I'm telling you. Anytime that a Biafra issue is being raised or was being raised under the floor of United Nations, it is Britain that will use their security veto power in order to quell it, to put it under the carpet. Britain. But they are the people that are harassing. Instead, okay, come to UK to work. Now, whereas you left your father and your mother at home, no person cares for them. Do you see? And after you be claiming that we are equal human beings. No, I doubt it. No. Britain is now coming into all this is a plan of even Ohanes and Dibo just to make this statement with the British ambassador to quell the situation. I mean, to calm our mind. But they don't know the people they are dealing with. How seaport we don't have. International airport we don't have. We always crying. They are slaughtering us. No matter that we wear tie like them as embrace Christianity, they see us as even heavy slaves. Now they say they are coming partnering in order to develop Southeast. Now let these people, all they want to do is to kill all of us. They talk about agriculture. They will bring the whole Bogo Tibo. The GMF, genetically modified food, that will be killing us, causing breast cancer, causing different kinds of cancers and kidney failures and liver failures into our land. That is the work of Britain. That is because they hate us with reckless abandon. So, which type of people? These are the people that want us to live, want us developed. Come on, a people that order the go on. Aburi Accord to render it to destroy it. Something that would have structured Nigeria and put us in a situation for development. Or even every Nigerian side, every Nigerian region. Britain said no. They cornered the go on with Akenzo, the Oba of Benin. That time he was, I think, a permanent secretary. He advised go on. They advised go on, said no, don't do this. And it led to the slaughter of more than 6 million Biafrans. And today they have the audacity to look at the people that they killed, they slaughtered. Look at them in the face and say, now we are coming to develop you. I'm telling you, Britain. Mazi, please come in with what you have. There.
Mazi, good evening. Thank you once again. Thank you, Biafrans. This evening we have gathered once again to analyze and look at our problem and who is causing this problem. As in the first place, I will start from the areas of the story of Usman Danfodio. To be honest with you, and to be honest with fellow Biafrans, Igbo race is one of the best race in the world. Take it to the bank. We are the best. We are not primitive. We are the best. And that is why Britain discovered it and is fighting us tooth and nail. Right from 1804. 1904, when they went and destroyed our confederation. That's the main purpose, because they see how united we are, they see how structured we are, cultured we are, traditionally we are. Everything about us was super. And you know the history of Britain. They are pirates. They have never done anything good in their life. Go and read their history. They are scavengers all over the world. They are nobody. They are just like a common criminal moving from place to place, stealing with their criminal ideas. And so we can't, because they have upper hand then, because they are no more having upper hand now. We have awakened to our responsibility. The issue of Usman Danfodio and what happened or what transpires in the north between King Yumfa and Usman Danfodio is none of our business. After all, the Fulanis and the Northerners, led by Fulani, were afraid to associate with Indibo. They hate us. They don't like to associate with us. It was Britain that encourages them. After all, Gowon have already announced the secession of northern Nigeria from the rest of southern Nigeria. They have put in their flag at Lokoja, and Gowon have made an announcement. If we can go back to history, can be able to fish out those announcements that Gowon made, that they don't want to have anything with the South. So I cannot, just because of today's problem we have, begin to condemn the great Igbo man. Wonderful. Remember, I'm an Igbo man, bloody one. My father is an Igbo man. I resemble my mother and I resemble my father. If you see the picture of my father, you see I resemble him. If you see the picture of my mother, you see I resemble the two of them. So I'm a complete Igbo man, with my four senses working 100%, with good health. So what I'm trying to say here is that we don't have to say much bad thing about Igbo man. It was caused by Britain. I have been studying this, our predicament. I decided to forget about the effect and begin to think about the cause. Remember, there used to be Igbo Union, the Great Igbo Union. The Great Igbo Union. You travel from east to the north. Once you see anybody speaking Igbo, he can accommodate you immediately. He will accommodate you immediately. No problem. Give you a place to stay. Give you water to wash. Give you everything you want. He doesn't know you. You don't even need to know where are you from. Since you can speak that Igbo language, he will accommodate you. Anywhere in the north, anywhere in the west, Igbo Union. It was very formidable. That is, after they must have destroyed Arab Confederacy, we still have Great Igbo Union that united us. Britain said no. Britain has been after us, how to destroy Igbo man. They are not sleeping. They are coming back again. Anytime they see a slightest unity coming up, they will come. The Civil War, when Aguiyi that was used by them to quell the coup, which Britain planned, because 1966 January coup was British brainchild. They organized, they financed, they put everything in place, they did everything, and they quelled the coup using Aguiyi. And at the end of the day, they brought out the program, give to Aguiyi, and he announced the disbandment of 1959 Constitution, and then begin this unitary system which we are having today. At the end of the day, they still kill Aguiyi. It was Britain that assassinated Aguiyi. Forget about all those stories. All is working towards what we are having today. We should be talking about the cause, not even the effect. The effect is what is happening to us today. Can you imagine? I was discussing with some boys that like to listen to me, some 40 years old ones. And they were asking me, but where was this Biafra? Where was this Biafra? I said, Biafra has been there for more than 500,000 years. Igbo man has been in that land for more than 500,000 years. Biafra is almost that Arab Confederacy. But Britain, after destroying the Arab Confederacy, because they first had agreement with them, and they went back, they said, no, we have to fight them because we have the firepower. And they came, they destroyed everything. They killed every other person they can find there, kill all the leaders, carry all the documents. You may think we are not writing something. We were writing something because they are keeping history. It's a governing council, Arab Confederacy. They were writing something. They took over everything, destroy everything destructible, and left. And began the new idea of amalgamation. That was after 1884 of their what do you call it?
Berlin Conference.
Yes. From that day, Nigeria was designated to them as their property. They begin to work on that particular day, how to own that place. People should not be talking about Tinubu. I ask our people, we should pray for Tinubu. Tinubu is being held hostage by Britain. I don't know if you people are understanding me. Tinubu is being held hostage. Everything that happened during the election, Britain masterminded it. Take it anywhere. They masterminded everything. They are on our neck. They want to finish us. They are in control of Nigeria today. As simple as that. They have used Buhari and the rest of the criminals they can lay their hand on. They have destroyed us for past 8 years. And then they are putting their hand towards Yoruba axis, trying to destroy that same unity, because they said it is unacceptable for them to see the unity of Igbos and the Yorubas. They said they will never allow it to happen. That is what is happening today. And the worst person they use is that boy. I call him a boy because he behaved like a boy. He seemed not to understand the game. Or maybe he understands, he deliberately allow himself to be used. And I call the boy Peter Obi. Obi is a boy. For him to be allowed, for him to allow himself to be used in creating this enmity between us and our brothers, Yoruba. The enmity may not go away again.
Mazi, can I ask you there to clarify? Sorry for interjecting. Because you say this all that. So, Obi as a Nigerian, so he didn't have the right to contest again. Is that what you are saying? He don't have the right to contest as a president in his country, so to say.
Obi is not contesting election. Obi is not contesting election to become president of Nigeria. Obasanjo was not supporting Obi because he wanted Obi to become president. They had a meeting at number 10 Downing Street in London. They all gathered together and then decide to play this game. It is a chess game. They play the game. The person to be president of Nigeria is Tinubu. I am not a kid. If I should go into those politics, I think I will play one of the best of politics. But I hate to go into it because I love my life. I like to educate the younger ones who happens to come across me to tell them, because that's my work every other day. Obi was not contesting to win election. Obi was contesting on behalf of Tinubu to win election, to rig election, because Britain that is supporting Tinubu, first and foremost, rigged election of 1958. It is not a secret, in favor of the North. Finally, they handed over power to the North. And now, they now use Tinubu to install a Northerner. After 8 years of calamity, they return back the power to Tinubu. Obi knows very well the game that was being played, just like what is happening in Russia. An ordinary person would think that Prozin, or what do you call him, is another big game, and that big game will consume this evil empire that are rising themselves up. That big game, you see that big game that happened last Saturday, it's a very big game. It's not something I was speaking here, because many people may not understand it. It's a very big game. Putin has put in some potapoto inside their mouth and inside their nose. Now let me leave that side. Obi was not contesting to become president of Nigeria. He knows very well that the next person to take over the mantle is Tinubu. If I will say this thing openly here, remember that the man you called the second in command, who is, what is the name of this man? From Borno State, Shetima. Shetima is not a Fulani man. I hope you understand this.
He's from Kanuri. He's a Kanuri man.
He's a Kanuri man. Tinubu is a Yoruba man. Do you see how the game works? They have settled the Fulani. Fulani have been settled. Fulani has been settled. They are not coming back to power again. I'm saying it openly for them to understand. There are critical thinkers who still understand the game they are playing. Now, the Yoruba man is going in there. Britain is in control, mind you, because when the British war commanders, when there was so much confusion, when after the death of Abba Kyari, and there was nobody in control because of the lapses and all the secret thing they were trying to cover, they now came in with their war commander. They aligned themselves with the Atahiru and all those generals. At the end of the day, the big game took place, and all of a sudden, the 11 military army officers just disappeared into thin air. There was nothing like an investigation, every other thing. That was a very big game. We understand all these games. We are not children. Now, they are in control. They are totally in control of that thing called Niger area, slave area. Britain is in control. They know about the rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They were the people plan it. And they use some of our Igbo flavors and dent their image. They are all recorded and documented. So what I'm trying to say this evening is that the Igbo people are the greatest people that lives on earth. But Britain and their European counterpart is fighting against us 24 hours. They are not sleeping about Igbo man. If you go to that Canada, you see the number of Igbo people that are living in Canada. You see the number of Igbo people that are living in Canada. You count them in their thousands, if not in their millions. If you go to America, do you know that all the elderly people we have in Igbo land are living in America? All the elderly people, 75 years, 80, at least, I think I know about 5 of them. 80 years, they are still living in America. Some of them that traveled to America 1976, 75, are still living there in their old age. So they want to displace us. Now they are coming. Remember this Iwanyanwu of a person. Iwanyanwu, how old was he after the war? Because by 1978, Iwanyanwu have gotten an engineering company called Hadel and Enik Road Construction Company at Oji Owerri. Before you get into Oji, Hadel and Enik. How old was he? He said he entered Boys Company. So how did he make money between 1970 and 1978 to be able to own such a company? So these are saboteurs. These are people they are using. You remember George Obiozor? He was also ambassador to Israel and some countries. George Obiozor is even better than Iwanyanwu and the other man, Nyangodo. These are all empty brains. People, saboteurs. So what I'm trying to say here, fellow Biafrans, be strong. Britain is trying to exterminate our race and make us look stupid. They are succeeding. The civil war that was fostered on us and the genocide, remember, they removed history so that nobody knows exactly what happened. That civil war was caused by Britain. Whichever way we go, we must fight that war. They provoked that war. They encouraged the Northerners and the Yorubas to exterminate the Igbos. They were supervising the examination to provoke us. When we decided to say, what are we doing? We embrace the country. We want to get the country developed. Why are you killing us? Okay, we want to stay on our own. We went back to found a name we used to answer before. It is Biafra. That name has been existing. Many countries have been doing business with that particular people. Diaros is a confederacy. They say, this is the opportunity. We needed to play the final game. They came in. They allow us to form the Biafra. They encouraged Gowon to begin the war. Reluctantly, Gowon stupidly, idiotically, allow himself to be used to slaughter his fellow so-called Christian. Do you know what happened during the war? That war was fought in two ways. Number one, the Europeans, Rome and England, had a meeting. And that meeting was to use that war to Christianize us. Because before the war, I don't know anything about Christianity. I have never had anything Christianity. That word called Christian. No, you don't talk about Christianity. We have all our traditions, our cultures, that is being invoked every year, or in the 9th month of the year, or September, Iriji, and all that, and so many traditions and cultures we need to practice. That war gave them opportunity to come in with the so-called caritas. That caritas you hear about is planned by the Europeans. It was well planned. It was carried out by the Irish. Irish are Catholic. And then each time they move these materials, they will still try their possible best to see the way of bombing those aircraft. And so the pilot will off the light, and when he be able to navigate towards landing, the runway will be light on, and the one land, some of them will land crashed. I remember when we used to offload goods, some materials inside those aircraft, some that crashed. Now, happened was that most of this food that is being brought in from Ireland, Irish Republic, was taken to all the whole Catholic Church, in Biafra land, not Anglican Church, not Siemens. And so all the hungry people, men and women, will line up in the Catholic Church, Catholic premises, to go and receive the particular material, the relief material. So every morning, if you go to anywhere in Biafra land, you see people lining up, trying to get something to eat. So that was an opportunity they have to begin to give us Holy Communion and begin to convert us to Catholicism, the so-called Christianity. I'm telling you exactly what happened. That is how they were fighting the war on the other side, to make sure they remove us from that our spirit, that strong spirit of Igbo man. Because Igbo man is not an ordinary flesh and blood. Average Igbo man is spiritually strong. I mean spiritually strong. Because we have a very spiritual connectivity. And so when they were distributing that very particular leaves, they were using that opportunity to convert us to useless religion that has no meaning, physically, spiritually, and otherwise. Because people were hungry. They have no alternative. So when they felt that enough, they have gotten enough, they decided to end the war by themselves. They ended this war by themselves. By mandating, by then he was Archbishop Arinze, mandating him to go and talk to Ojukwu with some Catholic bishops. But you know, when they wear that white gown, you don't know who is CIA, who is M15 or M16. They are all dressed in a religious gown. And then you think you are talking to a fellow human being. You are talking to an agent of these imperial powers. So they were successfully lured Ojukwu to abandon this war unceremoniously. And when Ojukwu left, the war ended. They took over the control of Nigeria. They took over our land. And begin from that very day to deal with us. They were the people that brought the idea of giving us one pound. Because they know the type of people we are. Even if they didn't give us any money. After all, how much? 150 pounds. 150 pounds being the dowry of my sister is still kept in my house. 150 pounds of the dowry of my sister that was married 1968 is still with me. So why didn't I take it to them and then collect the 20 pounds of it? No, I didn't take it to them. So what I'm trying to say is that we should be talking about cause, not even the effect. The Igbo people are the best of human beings on earth. I can tell you, I can bet my life for that. We can do undo. We can do everything. But Britain is after us until we abandon Christianity, until we abandon everything about their religion. A massive man must abandon everything about Western religion in every ramification. Anything religion, all from Arab, all from Europe, all from England. We have to discard it, spite on it. I mean, trample upon it, reject it. It takes us to nowhere. This is the greatest problem we have. We are divided. We are divided among ourselves. Tell me, my brother.
Okay. If I may come in, because there is this argument, you know, which I want us to go a little more deeper. You understand? When I talk about primitivity, I'm not saying that we are not good people. No, it is different. Primitivity, I mean, we are not sophisticated in calculation, political calculation. That is primitive character. It's not about not knowing or not being good, not helping our. No. That is a misunderstanding. It's not what about primitivity. Primitive character, I mean, which is also the right word. Not being sophisticated. We are a people that are easily convinced. We are a people that we don't look too much up front. We don't calculate more higher. We look selfish. Right from time. I'm telling you. When it comes to about being good, we are good people. That one, I know it. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Now, with the example I've been given, Nigeria is formed with the direct help of Igbo man. Nigeria was in the hands of Igbos. Now, what happened? When Azikiwe was when Ahmad Bello was refusing to join Nigeria, why did Azikiwe continue forcing that no, we must be together? This is the sophistication I mean, and that is the primitivity I mean. Now it has been converted into extreme selfishness, whereby everybody is looking for his own thing. Azikiwe had a problem with Ojukwu during the war. Because of that, I'll say Kronaka of Africa against his own person, his own people. Primitive character, Mazi.
Mazi.
At the beginning, I could say, if you are fighting, I'll be fighting with you. Brothers do quarrel in every family. Brothers and sisters, family quarrel, they quarrel. But when you know that family is useless and primitive, is when they are quarreling, after quarreling, with their quarrel, now a foreigner will come, or a stranger, an outsider will come to them. Now they will start complaining their inner quarrel, bringing it up to the foreigner. Mazi, are you going to say, what are you going to, are you not going to say this family is a useless family? Or Buruya no be Buru their quarrel no be brotherly quarrel, which they will quarrel and fight each other, no problem. But once a foreigner comes, now they will unite and forget them, even if temporarily forgetting their quarrel and face the foreigner. It is normal. But our people know. Onyemeya buru ihe ogwanne buru ya n'obi, so that he will join foreigner in order to deal with his brother. That is what I mean by primitive character. It's not that primitivity means being dirty or not being good or anything. No. That is what I mean. Because Ichekoya, you are a veteran. Nigeria no buruna kandibu. Yes, Britain costs. Britain was the source of everything. Yes. But what is our own job? Kebe, our own people's brain. That is that brain I wanted us to protrude. Where was it? From Azikiwe to Aginyironsi, the same mistake. The same mistake, the same thing. Nigeria Naka from there. Onye Igbo ka use destroy Nigeria. Onye Igbo ka use make what do you call it? Removal by presidential decree, federation through Aginyironsi, make a unitary government. So you see that we don't see far, we don't calculate far. That is that lack of sophistication I mean, which I'm calling primitivity till tomorrow. That is it. Because no matter how you are good, you are benevolent, you are this and that, but once you cannot calculate in a sophisticated manner for our collective interest, sometimes that interest is not for you even. Sometimes that interest can backfire on you. You can sacrifice, like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is sacrificing. They are surprised about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Why? Because he's not exhibiting the average character of an Igbo man. An Igbo man normally we sell everybody go come and start talking another thing. But they are surprised because he's ready to die for the cause, our collective cause, which is he is enlightened, an enlightened human being. But the opposite of enlightened fellow is primitivity. You are still primitive when you go and collect. Like you don't say Asari Dokubo. That is what I call primitivity. Mazi, go on, please. We can continue conversing. Go on.
Okay, Mazi, I understand exactly what you are talking about, primitivity of an Igbo man. Igbo man is not primitive, even in our whole character. One thing that happens there is that Azikiwe being the son of Obed being the postmaster of Britain then, was nurtured from childhood. Remember his name, Benjamin. And before they gave him that name, Benjamin, that means he must have been baptized in the Church of England. And after being baptized, sometimes we think we are spiritual. I'm sorry. The Europeans ally themselves with aliens, alien spirit, which our forefathers have in abundance. Then we also align with this alien spirit. And that is what they came to destroy in our place, separate us from these aliens, what we call them alien. But these are spirits that align with men to show men light. We have Indigo have it in abundance. That is why we have so many shrines. There are so many things we do in those shrines you see there. We consult with these aliens and they show us what to do. Before we know what happened, they came in with their religion, destructive religion. And they begin to baptize you. They begin to give you a strange name and begin to give you the so-called Holy Communion. I have said it time without number. If you are a member of IPOB leadership and you go to church to take Holy Communion, you will destroy this struggle. I repeat it again. That thing has a witchcraft. When I say witchcraft, you may not understand what I mean. It has something to do with your mind control. It has something to do with your mind control. They invented it. They invented it. I know exactly what I'm talking about. They invented that idea. Look at the video I sent to you. Right there in the midst of that turmoil of people suffering from hunger, they still have time to prepare that sliced white bread. And you see the white man inserting that nonsense into the mouth of suffering people. Is that food? They tell you it is Holy Communion. Holy. What type of holiness is that? It is a way of bewitching you, taking control of you. So most of these particular politicians you used to know has already been initiated into their own chamber, spiritual chamber. That is why they were able to use them, distract them anytime they want to have unity among themselves. Exactly what is happening now. In a whole one family, in one family of 5, the father goes to mountain of fire. The wife goes to deeper life. The children goes to Anglican or Catholic. How can these people have unity in their home? Impossible. Because all of them are coming home with different religion ideology. They can never have unity. So what is happening? What happens to Indigo is when we begin to embrace this particular dirty religion. I call it dirty because it has not done anything good in our land. Because insensitivity, if you want to have the truth, truth is very bitter. It's very, very bitter. It is very, but it's just good. I used to be an interpreter. I used to do evangelism. I sold my trousers 1983. I sold one of my bongo trousers 1973 to go and buy Revised Standard Version. I was doing morning evangelism.
Mazi, he said you sold your bongo trouser.
I sold my bongo trouser to go and use it to buy Revised Standard Version, which I use in attending Scripture Union at Fege. I'm not telling you what I don't know. So anybody who is trying to whip, you can't read Bible more than I read it. I read Bible from A to Z. Mind you, that Bible you carry in your hand has something that is written there. That he said,
Mazi, you are completely even digressing.
That God,
you are digressing.
To go and kill the children of Amalek, kill both men and women, kill everybody. You kill everybody, and when Fulani is killing you, and you are crying. So, mind you, that Bible you are having in your hand has so many things that is there, and you call it Holy Bible. And the God of the Israeli, I don't know which God is that.
Mazi, can I say something, please, so that you continue? You are completely, dragging this completely to another religious discussion, which is mostly on Saturdays. But there are things I read out, because there are, when I talk about also, let me bring you back, because we need to also continue on this. For me, I don't believe too much on, blaming foreigners for our demise. Yes, Britain is a hostage, but are we not human beings that should correct it? Mazi, can you tell me the rationale behind what happened to our people just barely few years before the war? You experienced the war. I don't. Now, our people were slaughtered in different parts of Nigeria, even before the war, 1966. Genocide started in the north, even in the southwest. Now, it accumulated into complete annihilation or genocide or genocidal annihilation. How do I call it? Now, immediately after the war, Mazi, why can't common sense prevail? It's still going to what I'm calling primitive character. Because primitivity, when you are looking for food, even if the food there be just the same way, like I know na school, I only can rice or some corn and a or na auto bom nabia or more na equine somewhere or be how to do. So common sense should tell most of our people that look, yes, we are dispersing from our land, but I got in Hausa 2-3 years back they killed us. So if I go there, I should not completely install. I will be hustling for money. If I make money, I come back home, establish. If I make money, I come back home, establish. But most of our people completely forgot. There are many people that did that. There are many of our people that did that, of which my father advised us. He have been advising us. Any property you are having, outside the Igbo land, count it as jara. Or is not your property. He told us, you put that thing inside our head right from beginning. So why didn't we think? Why didn't it become? Do you need a rocket scientist to come and tell you that look, if you go to Kanu, if you run back to Kanu, use your brain, don't establish everything you have there. If you go to Lagos, don't go and start building paradise, developing everything, whereas relegating you. Remember what happened. Does it need somebody to come and teach you? Even if our political elite said, no, don't worry, nothing mega. After all, 1966, when the first wave of killings in the north, Ojukwu negotiated with Gowon, and Gowon assured him that no problem, your people can come back. Ojukwu told our people, no problem, we are now one Nigeria, go back, no problem, you will be protected. The time people rush go back is that time the main genocide took place. People were slaughtered. So do we need people that pass through this? Do they need another prophet to come from heaven to start telling them, no, if you go, we your brain, use zone number 6. But instead, our people completely start the same, even worse mistake. Mazi, you know?
Mazi, let me help you a little bit, please. Let me help you out. You see, if you were there when the war ended, you will weep for our people. My God. My God. I feel like crying. If you know how devastated we are, 1970, you will not blame us. We were deprived. Everything was deprived. Everything. We had nothing. We should have continued that war. Instead, the war ended unceremoniously when we must have lost everything. We have been encircled. I told you the story of my father, a very rich man. 200 workers in his farm settlement, 200, more than that. Because I remember when they used to carry corn, basket of corn, the line is uncountable, going to cooperative to go and sell it there. But we lost everything, and he even died. He was not the one that gave his daughter, the first daughter, to marriage, 1968. It was our kinsman. And so the war ended unceremoniously. It was well planned, well organized. The target was Igbo. Britain targeted us. The only people, if they can deal with Igbo, they have succeeded everything. I'm telling you with all my mind. I tell you, I study because what happened to us since 1981. When I did my first traveling, I came back. What they did to me at Heathrow Airport resonated into me to begin to think, who are these people? Why are they so wicked over me as an Igbo man? Why were they into making sure that I will be repatriated even when I have visa of other country? So from 1981, I decided to study everything about Britain. And today, I can 100% sure telling anybody that is listening this evening, our problem is Anglo-Saxon Britain. They are the cause of our predicament. No more, no less. We entered into, remember after the war, the first thing they did was to go and remove that name from the map, right, of Biafra. They remove it. That's number one. Secondly, they made a policy, Britain made a policy, because anything they do from 1970 was them, because they fought the war. Nigeria has nothing. Nigeria was not interested in fighting war. The Fulani and the Northerners are not interested. Gowan is not interested. They persuaded Gowan. After all, he's a junior officer. Ogundipe ran away. Ogundipe, who's supposed to have taken the mantle after the death of Agi Ironsi. Yes, he ran away. They encourages him to run away. Britain encouraged him to run away. In fact, they gave him passageway. He ran to England. And then they took up Gowan from southern Kaduna, a Christian, his name is Jack Yakubu. That Gowan is not his name. Go on with one Nigeria. That is the name he adopted. Go on with one Nigeria. After Britain have told him, go on with one Nigeria. Originally, that name was not in existence. So after the war, they say now, let us remove history, everything history from Nigeria school curriculum, so that nobody will talk about this war. Remember, immediately 1970, they begin to sponsor some musicians. They begin to sponsor some comedians, like Sebudayo Korigwemobu. Before news of 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock, we will have Sebudayo Korigwemobu. And everybody will line up in black and white television watching. We will laugh and laugh and laugh ourselves off. And so we, the younger generation, those that survived the war, was in a total disarray. How do you start? Hunger is killing everybody. This same particular evil empire, God will definitely punish Britain. That empire must fall. That Britain must fall. Britain must suffer. Britain must suffer. Anglo-Saxon must suffer for what they did to Ndigo. They must suffer. Another country bigger, greater than them will destroy Britain. Let them keep hiding. They remove history from school curriculum. Nobody discusses anything about war again. The student went to school, the school opened, everybody going to school. No more history. And so when you don't know your history, you will not know where you're coming from. We are now repeating the same mistakes. I know a boy who came to Europe here, hustle and hustle and hustle. When he went back home, he went to Lagos and bought a land, built 4-story building. Today, that building has been marked for demolition. So you don't blame our people. We blame the cause. The effect is not what we have to blame. The cause. Who is the cause of our problem, our predicament? Until we know it. Britain is the cause of our problem. They hate us. They don't want to see us. They don't want to see, or they want to look at us. We will be living on earth just like that and not becoming great we used to be, because they call us the great Biafrans. The great Biafrans. Even the one you call, what do you call that man? The man that amalgamated. The great Igbos. We are great. We are light. Anywhere we go, there is light there. Imagine my father going to a very small town and he light up this place. He light up this place. He brought people from home and they begin to develop everywhere. There was farming going everywhere there. We were living big. The Igbos are great people. I can't blame them. But thanks be to Chukwokikadiam. Nnamdi Kanu has been brought out to show the light, to bring us back to whom we are. We must have to embrace this particular struggle. We are winning. When you hear the British ambassador coming to talk to a charlatan like Iwanyanwu, you know that we are winning. They are shivering. They are shivering. They want to do something. Go and do something. Or go and do something. They are not going to achieve anything because Iwanyanwu, who is Iwanyanwu? A charlatan. How did he manage to become a millionaire by 8 years of this war ending? They know his history. How did he open Hadel and then Nick? So, my brother, we are not primitive. What happened to us is that history was denied to us. The younger generation went into making another grievous mistake. Did you see that's Alaba International? When we used to go to Lagos 1976, 77, 78 to go and buy goods, we were going to Idumota and Idumabo and Nnamdi Azikiwe Road. After that Kata Bridge, you get Idumabo and Idumota. The Igbo people were beggars trying to, align themselves because the Yorubas are the people controlling merchants that time. There were not much importers. And so we were buying from them, selling. But because of whom we are, because of what we are, we were able to stand in that area. And when they see that these Igbo people are trying to take over their businesses, the type of force we are coming with, they begin to, frustrate, begin to scam, begin to do so many things, begin to increase shop price because most of those shops are owned by them. And our Igbo brothers and Idumota and Idumabo and Nnamdi, we had a meeting. Check from Lagos mainland to Halaba, how many kilometers? It's about 50 kilometers. And they move back to that Okokomaiko area. Go inside that bush. Buy a land. This is Igbo man for you. This is what Britain is afraid of. Want to come and help us develop Saudi. May God punish them 1 million times. Want to come. Is Biafra? You want to come and help us. These are the nonsense thing they are doing. They will go and use a charlatan like Iguanyangu. And you see him, he said, will swear. You want to develop Saudi. In what way are you going to say? If South is no more part of Nigeria, why do you want to develop Southeast alone? Why are you interested in developing Southeast? Have we not developed Southeast? Didn't Britain encourage Obasanjo and the rest of government not to allow electricity 24 hours? How many million did Obasanjo spend in making sure that the electricity is being had 24 hours? Britain and their fellow encourages other countries where they export goods to Nigeria to thwart that idea. All the money Obasanjo estimated to put into electricity, all of them went into God knows where. And the rest is history. We never had light. Instead of having light, as I'm speaking to you, I'm an industrialist. I'm an industrialist. I procure all types of equipment for industry. You may be hearing it for the first time. Now, because I want to set up some industry that produces certain things, I buy this generator, 2 generator, 3 generator. What can you do? The more the day goes by, the more the light is not coming, the more frustrated I am. I employ 22 workers. At the end of the day, I let them off. I begin to have just a very little thing that can keep me moving. Because it is now becoming very hard for me to pay all these people. So they frustrated our ability to have electricity because they don't want us to develop. They encourages this importation. They sold all our paper mill, all our bottling. Imagine bottling, Nigeria Bottling Company. We have it at Mpo. They closed it by 1983-84. Nigeria Bottling Company at Mpo, where you have, is it Boromi? There's one Catholic something around there, where you have a seminary school at Mpo Junction. At Mpo, Zik roundabout. There's Nigeria Bottling Company there. It was allowed to collapse. They never revitalized it. How can a country move industrially without bottling? And P2B went and built a brewery. What of those bottles? How is it procuring the bottle? They imported. How do you close bottling company? The workers that was laid off there, I think I remember employing one of them who came to beg me that he wants to go and work in a bank where I have some good shares there. And I helped him to talk to the manager and they employ him there. 1975. They employ him. 1985, sorry. They employ him there. He worked there and then finally retired from that bank. He was working in Nigeria Bottling Company. Why did they allow bottling company to collapse? All the industries in the southeast was allowed to collapse. They didn't ever give us electricity. So we all ended up in importation. As we import, they also go to China and all this to go and invest in most of this product we are buying. They also have shares there. Mazi and fellow Biafran, we must concentrate our mind. It is not about hate speech. It is about knowing who is causing your problem. The people causing the problem of Ndibo and the problem of Nigerians as a whole. Today, average Nigerian is poor, is Britain, and the rest of their partners. Their partners in Europe. This is our problem. We are innocent. We want to grow. We want to build a very formidable economy. We want to build a very strong nation. But they don't allow us. They don't want it to happen. We want to build a formidable... Look at 3 years of civil war. 3 years of civil war. We have been able to build our armored tank. We have been able to build our nuclear missiles. We have been able to build our sword missiles. Flying Ogunigwe. We refine our petroleum. We did so many things. After the civil war and all the delay and everything they did, and then immediately they handed over to the civilian, Mbakwe was able to begin from where he stops. Mbakwe developed all the Imo State. I mean, we can develop ourselves. Let them allow Biafra to be. There is nothing wrong. After all, Britain is a country, England is a country. Scotland is a country. Irish is a country. And, what do you call him? The other country? There are 3 of them or 4 of them. They are different countries of themselves. Luxembourg is a country. Belgium is a country. Austria is a country. Even yesterday, of Albanian immigrant in Kosovo had been given a country. They have Pristina as their capital. Why can't Britain allow us? Why are they maneuvering and killing us, allowing foreign people to come and take over our land and kill us, and they coming to tell us he want to help us in developing South? Why are they after us? What have we done to them? What have we done to Britain? Let them leave us alone. Let them stop instigating killing in our land. They are behind all this thing that is happening. Another thing I want to say before I stop. We should be very careful of this thing they are doing with Esere Dokubo. Britain is behind Esere Dokubo. They have armed that fellow. Any mistake we make, they will use that boy, that Esere, to deal with us. They have armed that boy, that Esere Dokubo. We should be very careful with Esere Dokubo. We should be very, very, very careful with Esere Dokubo. You remember, it was Obasanjo that raised up Esere Dokubo when he came in 1999/2000. He chose Esere Dokubo. They were pretending. It is his right-hand man. You remember that Obasanjo was not sleeping in Aso Rock. He went and bought Apache helicopter, which he used in flying to Otafam. He never slept in Aso Rock. He always visits Aso Rock in the morning. Obasanjo is not using any Nigerian soldier throughout his tenure in office. He was using militants in Nigerian army because they never trusted Nigerian army. They all know this. The same thing happening now. The same Esere Dokubo is now resurfacing again after Tinubu must have taken over government. Imagine Esere Dokubo, a non-state actor, coming to tell the whole country that anybody who does nonsense on the day of swearing in of Tinubu, that he will have himself to be blamed. Don't you see the hands that is behind him? He has been hired. He has been equipped. He is not speaking for nothing. So when we are talking about Esere and all his traits, remember his name is Uzodimma. Uzodimma Ediab. Uzodimma Ediabani. That is his correct. He's an Igbo man.
His grandfather is a good head. You know, good head is Isioma. There is Igbo name. They change it to good head. Isioma.
Yes. Yes. He has an Igbo blood, just like what do you call him? Lavrov, the foreign minister of Russia. Sometime make a little statement. Say that even that Hitler you see there has a Jewish blood. The Israeli people begin to say, how can you say that he has it? That means we are. That is what it is. Esere Dokubo is an Igbo man. And they want to use him against us. But it will not work. We have to be very clever. He's our brother. Hope must have used his men to do what he did in Imo State. But we have to be very careful in handling that fellow. And in handling Asuwaju, our own brother. Tinubu is our brother. He has gotten presidential power. We need to support him to hold on to that power. Let us start from playing good politics, become very clever.
Mazi, please.
Lies.
Mazi, can I come in here, please? Before,
go on.
Yes.
Go on.
People might misunderstand what you are saying, please. Yes, because, when we are talking, we are not talking to a set of people, only one set of people. No, we are talking to everybody. Both people that have 100% mental capability of understanding and those that have almost zero. So when you are speaking, take into cognizance of all this. You understand?
Okay.
Yes. Otherwise, many people will misunderstand. You understand me? So now
I am speaking as an individual. Do you understand me?
Yes.
I am speaking as an individual who knows exactly the game Britain is playing.
Mazi, when you talk about Mazi, let me come there. Let me come there. Let me dwell there. Let me dwell there a bit.
Everything, even though it was what do you call this man? This little boy at Adoration, Mbaka, that was used. You remember, Mbaka played a very big role in bringing Buhari in. Catholic Church preach in all their churches, telling all their members to vote for Buhari, go and make inquiry. They were all the Reverend Father in all Catholic Church was asked to vote for Buhari. And Mbaka take it upon himself. They encourage Mbaka. And Mbaka did his best. After immediately Buhari was sworn in, Mbaka flies to Abuja. Just the same way Esere Dokubo fly to Abuja. And they have a handshake with Tinubu. And Mbaka have a handshake with Buhari. And they took picture. Internet cannot lie. It is there. Those who can remember. I am not 5 minutes memory man. So the same thing Mbaka did on the side of Buhari is the same thing Esere himself did on the side of Tinubu. Is it because Tinubu is a Yoruba man? Let us see the first time a civilian from Yoruba land become the president of Nigeria. We have done a dirty work during the time of Abiola by using Aton Zeribe to annoy the election. And we suffer for it. Why are we suffering? Why are we so stupid? And you want to tell me you want to be in Nigeria? And you don't know how to play politics of being in Nigeria. Let us get Biafra. You don't even know how to play politics of being in Biafra. What do you want? You want to be stupid and die a stupid man? No.
Mazi, let me come in. Are you not coming back to what I'm saying? you go up and down, you still come back. Let me tell you one thing. People which are there exactly. I just allow you. You come in, I talk about, it's a very dangerous thing to allow, to continue blaming foreigners only for your demise is very dangerous, because you will be feeling that you are right and you are doing it well. Self-criticism is the starting point of any change. Self-criticism. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started this, but he continued insulting our intellect. He continued, and that is what woke us from sleep. So what am I trying to say? When I continue saying that our people are primitive, it is this primitivity, lack of political calculation. That is it. You have come back again to the status quo of what I'm saying. Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, is it not? So when you praise us, we have had these praises so long. Anywhere you go, see Igbo man. Hey, run away. And we continue dying of stupidity. We continue now, because what does praise do to you? It proves to you that, you are getting everything right. Whereas it is true, it's not true. We have been getting things wrong. But when they come, they praise us. They guys are like this. They will destroy our properties, and they will say, anyway, somebody will come and boast. Even if you destroy, don't worry, we will go build again more than you. Mazi, is it not stupidity? Why can't we organize and think and say, no, we are not getting this right? We know that Britain is behind everything, but we cannot continue lying on that excuse. Say, okay, we blame Britain. What do we know? What do we do? You want us to go and start begging Britain? Say, okay, sorry, we beg you, help us. No, we have to find a countermeasure, and that is why we need critical thinking and coming together. That is what I'm saying. Otherwise, without it, we cannot move. We continue making the same mistake, praising ourselves in suffering. So that is my point. That is why I say we are the same thing. The politics, so we are not calculative at all. We are onye gaya nana nke ya move around so na they are safe. Sometimes when characters of people anyway, you say now, wouldn't there sometimes Mazi Nnamdi Kanu asks, is Igbo people worth dying for? Is because when a character and the Mazi, I want when I'm removing myself, all of us. You continue asking rubbish question on some very critical situation. That is, when they say go, you don't go first. You first of all want to ask, why are you telling me to go? Why now? Go first. Wait, stay in there. There is a missile. You don't know whether there is a bullet coming. As you are talking, you can be knocked off with that bullet. That is what we lack. And I continue saying it. After the war, we suffered. We did anything, we suffered everything, but we don't need a soothsayer to come and tell us, say, yes, go outside though, hustle, but don't carry your whole eggs in one basket. Mazi, do you know there are many of our people in Lagos today? I know some even in my village. They have houses in Lagos or house in Lagos, businesses in Lagos, but I'm telling you, not that they are in Lagos, living good with their family, everything. Mazi, is he not bad? Also, one of the reasons, just as you said, Anna got church, your village people are pursuing you. And your village people are pursuing you. All these fears, they put the fear of our own brothers and sisters into us. That prevents us, makes us know, don't go. If you go, they will kill you. If you go, they will kill you. That thing stuck inside our brain. This is the time we have to disassociate ourselves with all this type of bad behavior and thinking. That is what I'm saying. If we continue praising without bringing our bad character or our shortcomings, we feel that we are 100%. Nah, no problem. We are trying now, but it's Britain only. we have to they will do now. We have to also find a way in order to maneuver and come up. That's what I'm saying. Mazi, go on, so that after we shall, once you conclude, we shall now open our lines. Mazi, go on, please.
Okay, Mazi, you see, I understand where you're going, because I'm trying to concur based on the fact that you said our inability to understand politics. You see, the people that find themselves in the forefront of politics after the Civil War, or after, let me say, from 1979, that Obasanjo organized the civilian administration and everything that took place there. Azikiwe was there, and even Okpara was also there. I remember Okpara was also there. And Ozuombamba Diwe, Jim Mopo, and Ifeanyi Chukwu, the man used to be Speaker of House of Assembly, and did Sam Mbakwe. And then these are good politicians that wanted to do something. But you see, like what I normally say, that administration lasted only for 4 years. You remember the first administration, First Republic, lasted for 6 years. We were moving as a nation. We were moving as a country. We sing our beautiful anthem, Nigeria, we heard it. Our own dear Finland, no tribe and tongue, maybe if in brotherhood we stand. We are wearing our green, white, waving our flag, hoping that we have gotten a nation. And Britain say, no, if we allow these people, they will develop this country. And once they develop, it will be very difficult for us to do something extraordinary. And they overthrow the government. And then cause a civil war. They don't care how many that dies. It doesn't concern them. Their interest is number one. And we fought the bitter war. The bitter war ended. Prior to 1979, there was another civilian administration. They see how each of the governor was working tirelessly to develop his own state. They say, the same thing is going on. Mbakwe single-handedly developed electricity company. Through that man, they remove as Minister of Powers and what do you call that man? I've forgotten the name. And he was able to develop so many power stations in Imo State. He was giving light free. They came to my house, was begging me to give me light free. They mounted the wire on themselves. They put the light there. They were not even talking about how much will I pay. We were moving forward. Britain look at it again. Of course, they have the military they train. All Nigerian military were trained by Britain. That is the worst thing we did. We were handed over a military security apparatus trained by the colonial master into an independent nation that's supposed to have their own military trained by them. And they use them to be changing government whenever they want. So they know their names, they know how each of them, how they behave. Immediately they call up the imbecile Buhari with his men and overthrow that government. And what did Buhari do? They instituted military governors in all the states with mandate to dismantle further infrastructures put in place by the civilian administration. They went all around dismantling, even selling government hotels. I remember Phoenix Hotel, one government hotel in Onitsha. It was sold to Navy Captain Abulu. For he sold it 10 million naira then. Navy Captain Abulu, Phoenix Hotel. Later they changed from Phoenix Hotel to Ikenga Hotel. And from Ikenga Hotel, it was sold to Igwe Nemeka of Anam. He bought it for 10 million naira. If you go there, you see the hectares of land, all the buildings. It is built in suits. Navy Captain Abulu sold that and pocketed the money. So they dismantle everything. Is it not sabotage? Britain is the one holding Nigeria back. And now they have finally destroyed Nigeria. As it is now, Nigeria is finished. They are now coming to tell us they want to develop Southeast. Shame unto them. Shame unto that ambassador. Shame unto Britain. Since they don't have an iota of shame in their face. Shame unto them. You want to develop Southeast. In what way are you going to develop Southeast? In what way? Where are you going to get the money? Mazi, I wish our people will understand the single enemy they have. We are not our own enemy. All that is happening in Igbo land today is done by them. Don't you see how this man won election? He was sworn in. APC doesn't have any candidate in Imo State. Hope did not contest election. But they awarded him. He became governor.
Mazi, do you know that Iwanyanwu is one of the first person to support the opposite of them? Iwanyanwu, this Iwanyanwu.
In fact, Iwanyanwu told Ihedioha, if he ever reacts, he will become a political leper in Imo State. Nobody reacted, nobody demonstrated. And Hope Uzodimma entered there only to inherit an institutionalized security architecture of Hope Okorocha, and to dismantle 8 years institution, something that has been institutionalized, is what we are having today. He's now bringing, you remember he brought military. He brought both fighter and bomber. They were bombing everywhere, killing these boys. The person that kept them there, because no any governor or politician that trusted Nigerian military, not even this Aswaju. Aswaju never trusted anything Nigerian military. If you see those military that are welcoming him, they are not originally military. It is a selected boys from what do you call this man? From Esere. They put them Nigerian uniform. Nobody can trust Nigeria. But how do you trust Nigerian military? Mixed multitude. Both Boko Haram terrorists that was enlisted into Nigerian military, they tell us that it is repented. How do you trust such a military to guide you? They will bomb you off. And once you are dead, you are dead. So none of them trust Nigerian military, neither Nigerian police. Every governor must have a thug. They will raise up a thug that will be guiding them. You cannot use Nigerian military and succeed. They will kill you. Because all of them, both police and everything, is completely another thing completely. So that is what we are having. How do we develop in that way? How do we develop? How can Britain come and tell us through the ambassador? Katrona Lang came to Anambra 3 days after he was sworn in. Soludo disappeared and went to Abuja. He told us that he went to Abuja to go and meet the Anambra people, Anambra that voted for him. But a group picture came out where Katrona Land was standing in the middle with all strange people. I don't know where they are coming from. They took that picture first at Abuja. And later, these same strange people came to Anambra again. And Soludo was happy. He said, the world has visited us. He took another picture. I'm having these two pictures. He still took picture with Katrona Land. What did she come to do in Anambra? Why didn't he visit other states? Why didn't he visit Iwanyanwu? George Obiozo. So you see the double game they are playing. Fellow Biafrans, our problem is Britain. They hate Igbo with passion. If you are living in England, please try to relocate to any other European country, or you come back home. Some of you that are old, please leave that place. You are not supposed to live in that place. It is the home of your worst enemy that wants you dead. That makes sure the 5 millions of you died and no compensation, no apology. How can he come to tell us he want to develop the place? You killed 5 million people and you did not apologize. Rather, you remove history from the Nigerian school curriculum. You remove bite of Biafra because you have the capability of doing that. And now you come to tell us you want to develop. Have we not been developing our place? We have been developing the place. If you move from Asaba, you don't know when you enter Onitsha, apart from that head bridge. If you move from Onitsha, you don't know when you enter Imo State. If you move from Imo State, you don't know when you enter Aba. You keep meeting homes and houses. It is only in Igbo land. We have developed our place, and we are capable of developing it to the standard of European standard. Leave us alone. Let us manage ourselves. Stop deceiving yourself. Stop disturbing our peace. Do we owe you? Haven't you taken enough oil? Haven't you taken enough you needed to take in that land? What do you need again? You need to wipe us away, which is impossible. You cannot wipe up Igbo race away. Instead, you end up wiping yourself away. Mazi, let me just stop so far here.
There, Mazi. Thank you very much. We must continue. Biafrans and lovers of freedom. What we are doing is trying to discuss on our problems or the realities facing us. We don't need to sugarcoat, no. So you can also be part of the discussions by calling in. You know, sometimes I don't like in my programs only people calling to be on our side. Oh, Mazi, I thank you. I thank. Sometimes I don't like it. I'm telling you, it gets to my nerves. I want people to come and bring out ideas, you know, maybe even if opposing ideas, we discuss it. It makes our brain even more, we make more research to know whether are we making mistake in one thing or the other. You develop your own theory and idea so that we discuss it also. That is what we are talking about, because this is the people's parliament. You see how we are, Mazi, Ezekiel and I have been, talking about our differences. You see, do you see it? And people are listening. So that is how it should be, because we must continue discussing. There should be no place that is banned for discussion, because the type of country Biafra we are trying to restore is not an ordinary country as usual. We have seen the mistakes of flag independence when our people, when Africans, they were thinking that, oh, once they have flag independence, they didn't know about neocolonialism. They thought that once Britain go, once Europeans go, leave the country, now they live for good. They will not have anything to do. I will not blame them, because they were virgin, they were innocent. But now we have seen the unseen hands controlling Africa, controlling Nigeria. It is more dangerous than when Britain was there physically. What they are doing today is more dangerous. I'm telling you, because they are using our own people. They are using black people like us in order to completely put everybody under subjugation. Nigeria don't have electricity in 21st century, and people are comfortable with it. When you want to establish something, maybe for a sibling, oh, he want to be, he's a weather, or wedding, because your brother got equipment. Now you have to, after buying everything, you have to budget for generator, big one. You have to budget. This thing is killing us. No electricity. Something that we can manufacture locally. Look at a refinery. Now they carry everything, give to Dangote. Everything. I say building refinery. But the other day, I read in the news that Dangote refinery is bringing refined products, making arrangement to bring refined products from abroad. Today, I saw in the news about South Korea. Let me see. Republic of Korea set to invest on oil refinery in Nigeria. Whereas we have the people, instead, our local technology, they bulldoze everything, they destroy everything. All these places with what they call modular refineries. This is what Biafra used during the war. Do you understand? All these people you call these macro refineries, you are calling illegal today. If Nigeria is a real government set for development, they will find a way in order to control them, give them license, now allow them to bring, legalize them. So that now they will bring out their talents, their technologies, in order to refine. This one refining, paying taxes, government controlling it. Now, before you know, it will turn into no need of foreign refineries. It will be locally developed. But Nigeria, no, they don't want it. Because Igbo people will be in control. Because they are the people that have the brains for technology. That is the only thing. Britain will tell them, no, don't ever do it. Destroy them. We will bring investors, people that will bring build South Korea will come. That instead fund Dangote, let him build a big one, but he's doing nothing. What type of country is that? That is the question I've been asking. A country that is meant in order to subjugate and bring down the population, not to develop. And Britain is enjoying it. They are making visa waiver for Nigerian doctors and nurses for professional. Yeah, come and work in England. And you are happy. That is why I say you are an orangutan. You shouldn't be happy. Why not you develop your own country and make visa waiver for British to come and work in your Osorgenso? That is what we preach here. Because these praises it will never do us right. You understand? We are always there to be used. The South Korea said, or Republic of Korea said to come and invest in oil refinery. Something that you see, they are destroying the local technologies. Destroying them. Because when they do it, everybody will be okay. All these politicians cannot have any avenue of looting money. They will drill oil from our land and refine it in our land. It will not pass through any third person to collect commission, to talk about oil subsidy. No, everything will be cheap. People will now buy it in a cheaper rate because the amount of fabrication, the cost of fabrication will be very low and cheap. All these things, no, they don't like it. Britain see and say, no. This is a wrong idea. Don't you people want to make money? And they are making money at the expense of miserable people. But the worst is that the people that are suffering it, they cannot rise up. No, because they don't know. Fuel is how much today in Nigeria? That is producing fuel. Or drilling crude oil. They drill it, they send it out to be refined, whereas you have gigantic refineries. If not, you give license to all these boys that are hustling, building model. You now control it, government controlled, and tell them, oh yeah, you do and pay tax. You bring employment, or you build your own small macro refinery, modular refinery, as you can see it. But Nigeria will not do it. How would they cherish a local production? Look at Innocent. Innocent is there. They are making open roads to bring foreign cars all the time. Even Dangote went and brought back a Peugeot again, so that the cars will be more cheaper. so that innocent will fold. Because the cars that they are bringing in, it will be more cheaper. So how can you buy innocent car? How can we be in a country that is killing us? They don't want us to develop. They don't want us to advance our natural talents that we have. Lavishing everywhere. Lavishing. That is what Britain wants. So that they will be giving you visa and come out here now. We are doing you a favor. Come to England and work. We must continue. We must navigate our way to freedom. That is it. I will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, our lines will be opened so that we will start taking calls. Please do not go away. I'll be right back.
Kaije, kunitenu kaije. Kunitenu kaije. Kaije, kunitenu kaije. Hey ya, kaije. Hey ya, kaije. Hey ya, kaije. Hey ya, kaije. Umu Biafra kunitenu kaije. Kunitenu kaije. Umu Biafra kunitenu kaije. Umu Biafra kunitenu Biafra kunitenu Nja useme wanyalu kunitenu Oli amara wanyisi kunitenu Umu Biafra kunitenu Biafra kunitenu Ejawala me kwampo kunitenu And if I jump any zoo soldier in go hear amo say you know, I get your juke bucket, yo. Oh nah, you get it on, I get rocket, yo. Oh nah nah. I hear some babura rogo. Umu Biafra, I don't know. We be the true blood of Israel. They be the bloody Philistines. So we go take them one by one, and then go run. We always sing in a zoo, and you get when ready. No negotiation, yo. Everybody let's stand attention, yo. No violence, no resolution, yo. To hell with amalgamation, yo. Fighting for our right, brother, it's not a crime, Biafra is our right, Make gonna give us a Biafra. We are Biafrans, lovers of freedom. We a nation, no contemplation. Pull the trigger, shoot down the warplane. Shake that, give me the Vikings machine gun. No more Nigeria, no more Sioux soldier for my area. Okereke, at the best fire way I dey, I be okereke. The lock up till I'm the Kanu, they feel like okereke. Anything I made, they go want stop us okereke. We no want negotiation, we want tabakeleke. Shekeleke, obikeleke. All we want is para Hausa keleke. No castigation, Biafra our nation. My people let us go.
Apagoti, I come back again. Original Biafra me I come. See me a blessed land me I want. A Babylon, them I wanna push under. Almighty Jah, yeah, children them a cry. Plenty men every day them a die. A wicked nation, them I know they try. I get a gospel, me I know they lie.
Egala isoko ndi Igbo kaije. Ibibio ikwere bu mu Biafra. Anang ijopuku mu chukwu akama. Efik Ogoja come together. Yeah, I got pay a nail one day I walk and whining. You when they were men, maka the people are crying. Care you know me, all the gonna move strong men should stand, man. Did not need me kuje. Urobo isoko egala yana one day idoma. We ain't scared of war. I got Kopa Hana Goma. No ha ho ha. We are coming for our rights, that's why we the fight. As a real Biafra, nepunya mebe. Tabukala shini, rebela be, acting bad, diligu de wa to diliku. Son of Masai, one get you. Boom 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 boom, gonna does it. Run, Governor Mazi. Time for peace no more. This is time for war. See, and this is when Gimel, Omo Biafra, make we the go. Say Bazo, make we the go. Say Nigeria, maybe la hill. Anya, no you lawyer, let's go. All your mass get set, let's go. The number, Unu Nano, Unu Rahu. All we need now both of you. Liver, very soon, man, haga no dia, okwa vum, haga mana yeka, and I Washington, I hear Sula, Walumia to Colondibo, Nandi, I was Bonda shade, it's in Welewayo, Kuaria, and one is in Welewayo, on the woman, on the remere, Lequem one them gebe.
Oh, yaga, yo, can't follow this all the public. Me a rasta man, I come back, ebelebe, I pass up me way, when me turn the microphone, no one will be anule, be tell them and say them. Man no pause when me man a kill people. In a big to me one get to AIJ. Kainganu. My body done the hot yo. As if we win we move. If you put her a shoot aside yo, mga bagi mga dukwagi chon. Cause I'm a food.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra Hausa service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra London. I'm here with Mazi Ezekulie, one of our revered veterans on this hallowed platform. Today is the 28th day of June 2023. Therefore, our lines are now open. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. Do not forget that you can be listening to us through IPOB Community Radio. You download it it's in the Play Store. Also, in Biafra land, you can be hearing our voice through our frequency modulation 102.1, CHK 102.1 in many parts of Biafra land. For those that are complaining like in Aba, please, you have to continue exercising patience. Things, it is being worked, it is being repairs are being made, and many other places. So that within little time, you'll be listening to our radio again through the FM 102.1. Our lines are open. I have already people lining up. Caller on what's up? You are the first caller. You have been there. Mazi, can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp, Mazi Chuku in Anuhim Neku, please, you are on air. Please go on. Mazi Chuku, yes, go on. I've been calling your name. Please go on. Just hold on, Mazi. Your voice. Why is your voice not coming out? Go on. Let me see.
Hello?
Yes, it's okay. Go on now. It's okay.
Hello?
Go on now, Mazi Chuku. Go on.
Yeah, my name is Chukwu Emmanuel. I'm speaking from my location. I greet you once again, as Jonathan, for your topic this evening. I greet Mazi Ezekulie, as always. As I have said before, I was in elementary 3, 1966, when the coup of January take place, and so many things happen. I don't want to go more further. Today, after everything happened, my problem always is this: any tribe or group that cannot learn
from the mistake of the past, which is history, is not a human being. We hear from Nnamdi Azikiwe and Awolowo when they are alive. Azikiwe made a mistake, yes, and he has left. What we have now to do, the living, is to correct the mistake that Azikiwe has made. Because you cannot go bring him back from the dead. Because Mbowola Madonga, Unyaha Mwala, all the day Nondo, onye nwụrụ anwụ mere ma ndị nwụrụ anwụ mere ndị nọ ndụ ahazie ya ka ndị ọzọ na-amụ ghara inwe the same problem. If Azikiwe made mistake, as I have said before, why do we continue on that mistake? I'm talking about Titobi. I'm talking about all the Igbos of today who are hailing for one Nigeria. What did the Igbo man has to do with one Nigeria? After all these mistakes, after all these years, after all this killing, after all this burning Igbo property and pulling down Igbo houses, what the Igbo man need in Nigeria is a big question. Nevertheless, let me go straight to Iwanyanwu. Iwanyanwu is the most problem in Igbo, in Owerri. Let me put it that way. Or in Igbo land. All the contracts of roads that was built in the east, Iwanyanwu is all involved, collecting the money, sharing the money with Fulani in Abuja. Iwanyanwu is a problem of Igbo people. But today, the British has to go to Iwanyanwu to discuss the matter of Igbo people or a Biafra, which is very wrong. Iwanyanwu is not supposed to be a leader to talk for Igbo race, because Iwanyanwu is the worst thing that happened to Igbo land. Look at what Hope Uzodinma did in Owerri, in Imo State. Iwanyanwu contribute about it. Iwanyanwu know about it. Iwanyanwu is from Imo State. I think from Mbitolu or something like that. Iwanyanwu cannot speak and condemn what Hope Uzodinma is doing in Imo State. For all these few years he has stayed here. Iwanyanwu knows that Hope Uzodinma is not supposed to be a governor. That Hope Uzodinma is a criminal. That Fulani have succeeded and pretended to force him to be a governor in Imo State. How can a criminal become a leader? And that was what the British are doing. They have succeeded to use criminals as leaders to damage and to destroy Igbo race. Any tribe that criminals are leading, everybody will become a criminal. Look at Nigeria today, from A to Z. Everybody in Nigeria is a criminal. All. You cannot bring any good, cannot bring up to 5% in Nigeria. That is genuine. It was government. Because what government wants you to be, it is what we are going to be. Nigeria government is promoting criminality. And that's what they are getting. Because Bible says whatever you sow is what you are going to reap. Nigeria is raping criminality in a high places up to now. Before the war, every township has light. I mean before the war, from 50s, 60s. Enugu, Umuahia, Owerri, Aba, Port Harcourt. Every township has light.
Mazi, you mean it?
And every township has...
Mazi, you mean what you're saying?
Yes. I think Excellency is there. There is light in Nigeria before Britain left. Before, even during the war, even after, immediately after the war, there is light in Aba. A flat or a house, if you have 1 meter, sometimes the bill will be 13 naira or 20 naira. In Aba, there is water, all the whole township. If you cannot go to the mainland to tap water to your house, there is public pump every crossroad. You go and fetch your water, even after the war. But today, there is no water again in Nigeria, in Aba, in every town. When the war stopped, when we got to Aba on 1970, I saw water. All the crossroads, you take your bucket. If you don't have water in your yard, you go to public pump and take water. But if you tell somebody who was born in 1970 that there was a time, all this township, even Port Harcourt everywhere, there is water, even public water, he cannot believe it. It is true. Before the war,
Excellency have confirmed. He just confirmed it. He said it's true.
It is true. It is true. It is true. Nigeria has Nigeria Airway, who is flying to some of the airports in Nigeria, even outside Nigeria. Where is it today? Nowhere to find. Before the war, the train is coming from Maiduguri, from Kanu, down to Port Harcourt. In the morning and in the night. Both goods train and other trains. Today, nowhere to find. If you think, if some of us who have seen this thing, when we are hearing what is happening now, and see what some people are trying to prove out in their stupidity, we find it is very, very difficult. How can a country who's supposed to go forward, adding something every year, they will add something. What they are doing is they are going down every year, going down every month, going down. Even last year, 2022, is going to be better than this year, 2023. And in 2023, you are here now, is going to be better than 2024. That is how Nigeria started for a long time. Going down, going down, going down. Okay, anybody supporting Nigeria, your name is sorry. Continue supporting Nigeria because you are a criminal. No genuine human being will support Nigeria. Nigeria is made for criminal people. And that was Britain. Thank you very much, Mazi, for your contribution on this platform. We will continue helping as much we can. Those who have ear, let them hear. Those who don't want, who want to be a slave, then continue to be a saboteur. Will be very dangerous. Thank you very much, all hail Biafra.
Almost hail Biafra. Caller on direct line, thank you for holding on for so long. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Are you there? Ndewo Mazi, welcome to the program. Please go on.
So, I want to make a suggestion. Although not possible, a way backup to Radio Biafra, a way hard drive where this information will be stored and transferred into written document. I don't know whether I'm coming out clear.
You are now. Go on.
Hello?
Yes, you are.
Hello?
Mazi, you are coming out. Go on. You are coming out.
The area differ with you because you say that everybody more and a praise. The area I want to differ with you is I listened from the beginning. I am a kind of back and forth argument. Mazi Ezekule was almost on one side and you were almost on the other side. I want to support him completely. Because I say Nnamdi bụ si na onye na-amara mbe mmiri no we bido mabia ama m ebe ọ no we kwụsị. The cause of our problem bụ ndị Britain. What he was emphasizing is not out of self-pity or but out of lamentation. I agree with him. In the beginning, Kamegoro introduce Aham bụ Mazi Amechi. I'm calling for my location in North America. I'm a regular listener to Radio Biafra, and I follow Metusela and all the real freedom fighters. So in Nekubo, I was born immediately after the war. I grew up as a little child, attending primary school in my community, and also at my old age, can be don't recollect, I began to see how our parents were suffering. They were picking up pieces. Then, once I come back from primary school, maybe on Saturdays, our father will take us to farm. Everybody will be planting. Every neighborhood will be planting. And if you listen to radio, you listen to a kind of this high life, consoling our people. All these things are picking up pieces after the war. Even you see that no one Mazi Ezekule 9 is a living encyclopedia. We should document what he's giving us so that the little kids will grow up and learn before the problem that happened to us. I grew up again when I was in junior secondary school. History was like a choice in high school. History, the subject, all of a sudden history disappeared. So now, coming to your earlier argument, in the Bani, truly, we are selfish human beings. And the Kangwagi origin of that selfishness, Nnamdi Kanu has emphasized on this in so many times. That moment you started hearing, that was the when they dealt us big blow. And everybody was struggling to eat. Was the origin of this thing. Everybody was fighting for his stomach. Coming out from the hunger inflicted on us by Gowon. Mazi Ezekule, a genuine historian. I grew up again to be hearing go on with one Nigeria. Go on, Abraham Hadaman. So, if you watch it now, Mazi Jonathan, coming to what you said, Igana Newi, Igare Nugu, Iganota, Iga in some Abba, so many places in Nalibo. You will see beautiful mansions worth hundreds of millions. But there's no motorable road accessing those places. What does that mean? Everybody wants to settle himself, but nobody is thinking about the community, the communal interest. So, Mazi Ezekule also mentioned Ikenga Hotel. If you go to Nsukka, there's a hotel called Ikenga Hotel. That has to link up with what he said before. There's no communal interest. Everybody is now fighting for their own individual beer. Let me come to a summary because actually you waste your time. They dealt with us. no history school, a Ghana map. When I was also growing up, and with a bite of Biafra in the map. Today there's no more bite of Biafra. So generally what the education our father was giving us is also part of the enlightenment. Now the reason why Nnamdi Kanu is suffering today is that they never saw him coming. He came and rejuvenated that forgotten history. Today, even if they wipe out all our generation, the name Biafra has come to exist, has come to be. Nnamdi Kanu has revived it. The younger people, if you watch the era of NSAS, those youth that protested, how already able Biafran civil war? 90% of them don't know what is called Biafra civil war. They saw injustice playing out, and they got fed up. Some of us in our Western world, it's only when you travel outside that you begin to see that it is a big trick. You know, God, I thank you. But if you come out, you discover that. You discover that they are luring you into coming to develop their own land. Whereas, there's one thing Methuselah said. We are all moving from Biafran land to Europe, to Africa, to America, to Australia, cleaning ships, taking care of old people. Who is taking care of our parents back home? My brother, I have a lot to say, but in summary, I want to appreciate Radio Biafra. I want to appreciate you, Mazi Jonathan, and Mazi Zekule, because you're not suggesting, I said the earlier on, but let us document this in, because in future, it will form part of our history.
Of course. We must continue. Caller on signal. Thank you for holding on for almost 20 minutes. Mazi Ifeanyi Chukwumadabuchi. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, and one name.
Thank
you very much. Good evening to our veteran, our father, Mazi Ezekulie. Good evening, dear friends and lovers of freedom. My name is Ifeanyi Chukwumadabuchi, and I'm calling you from the Netherlands. Please, my brother, let me make this announcement before I comment. The IPOB in the Netherlands invites you to our Eastern Security Network ESN Fund Support Program. It will be on 15th of July 2023. That is Saturday, 15th of July. Timing will be 3 p.m. And the venue is Charity House by my drive 1239. That is Charity House by my drive 1239. The postcode is 1103TX, Ganzenhoef, Amsterdam. Postcode for SatNav is 1103 Tango X-ray, Ganzenhoef, Amsterdam. And if you are coming with public transport, just stop at Ganzenhoef metro station or bus station. Our venue is close by there. And for inquiries, please call +31 68 79 02075. I repeat, call +31 68 790 2075. Alternatively, call +31 644 84 9174. I repeat, +31 644 84 9174. Please come and support our ESN on 15th of July. But come and show your appreciation for the gathers or watchers of our homeland. My brother, thank you for giving me this opportunity to make this announcement. Before I go further, I have a plea to do to our father, Ezekulie. I beg you to wait before we can say let's work with Tinubu or with anybody, let's have patience and let the process in the court play out. I appreciate you, I respect you, but you are my father, and I hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just suggesting that we let the process in the court play out. There is no confident building measure that Tinubu has brought out that will make us to say, okay, he hasn't released our leader, he hasn't shown any concern or anything about us. So let's let the process in the court, because some of our people are still in the court. And I'm telling you, you know that IPOB is not involved in the campaign, in the election, anything about that. But we must not meddle. Since we are not meddling during the campaign, we should also let the court process play out. You said it, you commented last time about this, to support Tinubu to play smart politics. I agree, but we must know who has won according to the court, since the election is being contested. Thank you very much for that. And my brother, this one, they said Ohaneze and Britain partnering to develop Southeast. So UK don't want the release of our leader and prophet Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The UK haven't heard about the kidnap and the extraordinary rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. UK haven't heard about the ill treatment and the deteriorating health of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. UK haven't heard about the disregarding and the acquittal and the discharge of our leader by the Nigerian courts and the government. They don't want to obey the court order. And UK don't care about Biafrans' demand for referendum to decide whether to remain in the unworkable, injurious, ruinous, retrogressive and murderous Nigeria, or decide to go home to our motherland Biafra. If Ohaneze can't tell Britain that we want out of Nigeria, shame unto them, shame and eternal shame to Ohaneze, if they don't know that since 1970 that we have been subjugated and humiliated and oppressed in Nigeria. So Ohaneze, if you can't do that, then you know that you are not speaking to the Southeast, nor are you speaking to Biafrans. And last but not the least, my people, if fuel subsidy in Nigeria is a scam, if NNPC is a scam, if National Petroleum Trust Fund is a scam, if PVC and elections in Nigeria are scams, if the judiciary, let's say, and the legislature and the executive, the armed forces, if all these things are scams, what else do you know, or what else do you need to know that Nigeria altogether is a mega gargantuan scam? This is time for Biafra. God bless Biafra. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Audzekule. Good night. Goodbye.
Ndewo Mazi, ndewo. Udodrege. Thank you very much. I have a caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Good evening, Mr. Mazi Jonathan.
Ndewo.
Good evening, Mazi Ezekunie. My name's Miss Mazi Casey Adams. I'm calling from my location. Well, I want to thank Mazi Ezekunie. I will not discuss some of the points we are raising now, but I want to go back to what he said sometime, because there are so many messages I feel I'm getting, but I didn't know how to talk about this message until I hear him say something about that Abraham was an Igbo man. You know, the problem in the Igbo were a very fundamental, deep problem of lost identity. Because if you see what is happening, You know that in our land now, what we have is nation upon nation. I'll use the government in, the way they structure the government. You see, in Imo State, the governor there rule as if he's ruling a country. The same thing is happening in Anambra. The same thing happened in Abia. The same thing happened in Enugu and the rest of them. So our people have really lost their identity. So the question is that before we can solve this whole problem or even mention about Britain and people that are distracting us or taking what belongs to us, which is a natural human phenomenon, that anywhere there is a loophole, people want to go there and feed themselves, take care of themselves. The problem we have, to my understanding, and the reason why I'm saying this, that not only that Mazi said that Abraham was an evil man, he also said something about the Erie descendants. And what he said there was that these people, that when this travel migration that brought them back, that what they said was that they were coming to the land of their ancestors. So in a way, the question is, who are the Igbos? And I think none of us will answer it. And if we want to answer that question, then we make a lot of mistakes, even offend ourselves. So let me just correct one impression. If we have to know what our problem is, that means we have to rewind back. And one may say, how do you get to know all this information? Mazi said that day, if you keep yourself very close to God, that can touch me. Because the whole information I've been getting, I don't know where it's coming from. I've been sharing with a lot of people. Some people think I'm going mad. But I later realized it was God that is telling me these things. Until he mentioned that, even before he mentioned that Abraham was an evil man, I already was telling many people about this. And these were from the revolution. And you may ask, if I tell any of us now that since Nnamdi Kanu, they catch him, or they caught him, they release him and put him inside prison, that is something God told me. That if you want to understand what is happening, keep away from a woman. And so many of you may not believe that since that's 24 months now, it's only once I have met a woman. And in between all this time, that is why I say when he said, when you keep yourself, I'm not saying I'm holy or in any way, but I'm only saying the things that have led to more revolution upon that I've been having, which is even causing sickness and headache to me because I didn't know how to solve this. So to me, Ndi Igbo don't know whom they are. He said it even this evening, that Ndi Igbo are so blessed. What is that blessing? That blessing from what I am getting as an information, from revolution from God, or from our ancestors, however you put it, is that Ndi Igbo is the first Homo sapiens that traverse and move around the world and help other Neanderthals to have a sense of human settlement, humanity, and all this. Indeed, we equally were the people who left and developed all these places we call Middle East. The civilization that happened there were our people, just like what our elder said, that Abraham, and they know nobody had picked up that topic. We are bypassing it. But anytime we are able to understand whom we are from that perspective, then we understand why the world is feeding on us. We understand why even Nigeria is clapping on us, taking what belongs to us, because they knew quite well they don't know whom we are. So if we look at part of what the Bible wrote, almost what they wrote, from everything we have our own as our own original tradition. Those things we have our original tradition is exactly what they call today the Jewish tradition. But the question anybody who is very, very worried to ask is, between we, the Igbos, who circumcise at 8 days and naming ceremony, who has a lot to do with Alobi, Isobi, as the Bible has said all those things, so many things that were similar with us. Can one tell me that it was we who begotten Israel or Israel begotten us? It's a very common thing. We don't need so much research or quoting of Bible to understand that these similarities were original to us that those who migrated, because as I said, the Igbos were the first Homo sapiens. What does that mean? The people that God created that have this clear understanding of humanity, that was able to move around the world. And when the migration that brought Aryans, not only Ari, if you watch in Igbo land today, there is something happening in Ghana. And that thing happened in Ghana, there was a coronation there. And some of their scholars began to write so many things, how some papers of Igbos were also going. We already know that people that are living in Igbo land today were people who migrated back in search of the original or the land where their ancestors came from. And those people chiefly were not only in Anambra, they were in Imo, they were in Aba. Some people like Obakala, Owere, Mbiri, and including Onitsha. Even while they were doing this coronation presently 2 weeks ago, people from Onitsha and many places in Igbo land went. And why saying this is not for us to say there is somebody that is better than there is somebody that is better Igbo than other. No, it's just to know our history. And if you watch what was discovered in Ugwel, it was if you have read the book of They Lived Before Adam, and the story that was coming from that Ugwel, because Ugwel of people has a different Igbo history, modern. Now, when we say Ugwel, we're not talking particularly them. It could, even myself talking, my ancestor could have come from that migration of Egala and so many other people. Now, but what we are saying that we have to dress whom we are. And by the time we are able to understand this, and then we always have to rewrite the Igbo history that is being distributed, which I call the falsehood Igbo history, then we are able to make peace among ourselves. Because what our ancestor is telling me, or telling me through the revolution, is that until we come and go to that place and honor them and build what we call it to be, but whatever, that they will be distancing us and these whole invaders will be coming. That is why sometimes when we talk about what the British are doing or what the Fulani or anybody is doing, it is because our land is in serious disarray, in serious spiritually disarray. Our ancestors are not happy. Because anybody that tells you that Igbo migrated or maybe originated from Agleri, it is a falsehood. That is what Mazi, are you with me?
Mazi, please conclude. Many people are calling.
Yes. So what I'm trying to say is that we have to really trace back our history, and by the time we're able to do this, what it will help us is for us to come into understanding and make peace, have a union among the people living. Everybody is living on their own. That is why people are not doing things together. If we can unite, come together and recognize that our ancestors existed in this land, that is, this land is the great land that accommodated those who left and come back, that is when we're able to make a headway in Nigeria. Otherwise, many other people might not, somehow dress how we can be able to.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, if once I start telling you round up, please, let us be disciplined. You round up. You don't monopolize the line, please. Round up, make your point. You have made your point. Round up and let others speak. Thank you very much, brother. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mazi, I can hear you. Good evening.
Mazi.
Yeah, I remember you are calling from my location. Yeah, Mazi, thank you for even our veteran. I salute him. You see, before you were talking, about British. Even that time, I was even thinking that time, but I wish I can speak. These people, it's not that British don't want us to develop. This evil empire, this satanic empire, these people, they don't want us to live. Not even they don't want us to live. Man, these people, they don't want. If there's possible, if they have a spiritual power to wipe us out of death, this is what they want. They don't want us to live at all. They are very wicked, and like Mazi called them, shameless. Upon in this this new age, they are still doing things that the whole world is seeing. You are suffocating other country, and they are looting from other countries to enrich your own country. You are killing other country, but so nobody, one person will not die in your country, and other people good to die. This evil, this clear evil, everyone who is seeing it up to this hour. This is killing Biafra. Okay, we are watching them. You see, somebody that's saying that there's no bite of a Biafra in the map. I said, how can you find a bite of a Biafra in the map when someone like P2B, who is one of your front runner leader in Biafra land, come and openly say that Biafra died over 50 years ago. And the question is, who is he telling this story? Who is P2B telling that Biafra died 50 years ago? You are telling people who identify themselves, who are probably identify who they are, that they are. You are telling what person who call himself Oduduwa, a person who call himself Yoruba. You are telling a man who call himself an Hausa man. You are telling a man who call himself a man proudly that he is a foreign man, and you are telling him that your own identity died 50 years ago. Proudly said that you don't have identity openly, and you are telling people who is proud of your own identity. You see, just useless. People who supposed to. That is why we are in this kind of condition. People who supposed to do the needful, who are in front line, who supposed to protect the interests of our nation, are there uselessness. Are there messing up and down. He's talking about you people are talking about you the other day. He was even saying that who is the best. He's still saying currently, and he even saying that who will win the next election. Oh man. People don't know what Iwayan represents, you know. And Iwayan, you know, you called for release of our leader, and Buhari didn't do that. And since then you keep calm. So it means that you people don't have any relevance anymore. Even so, as you push for the leader for leader, you don't know that as you already begin talking saying it, you must see to it that it will happen. Because for you not to achieve that, it means that the small relevance you have is dead. For you to speak, call for it, and it didn't happen. No, it's not possible. I don't know this. What these people they think? What these people are thinking about Mazi? In appointment, like our brother said last time, talking about Tinubu, the appointment Tinubu do so far is only one people man. It's only one person. All 22 people, it's already 22 in security. 22 appointment in security. Only one for me. And you are calling this government. You are calling it. You are saying that we are in a one country. No. You see this issue of refinery, Mazi, you talk about. You see why Nigeria is suffering today because of refinery. Because of refinery, where they monopolize their own one to Dangote. You ask them, what about the four refinery in Nigeria? What about that refinery? Why they abandon that refinery? Just because that refinery is the Biafra. Because they don't want it to work so that you no benefit Biafra people. That's what they do. Obasanjo, this is very Obasanjo you are talking about. He's still the one closing our refineries. All the refineries, Obasanjo is the one that closes those refineries. Obasanjo again is the one that closes refineries. Yeah, okay. And the let me say one point that important I want to say. He said, because you're asking the question, what's our condition? What makes us like this? Our condition. What I believe that is we are suffering today now is the way we live, we move away from our land. And we not settle in the west and we are settling in the north. Now it's now giving these people opportunity to threat us, to attack us. Because when anything happens, you will see that we are the people to get lost. They will destroy our property, and they don't have anything for us to destroy our land. Because none of them want our land to settle. But we move away to settle in their land, in their various place. So the point, this is where the problem is. I believe this is where the problem. If we, assuming that we are in our land, no, man, this thing will go to this way. Because if we are in our land, if they find problem, we'll fight it. But now, if any problem arises now, we will beat because of the investment we have outside all over Nigeria. This is where I believe it's our problem. And this time that we will take home, we will bring our investment back home, so that we will have a balance, so that everybody will respect himself. This is what will not be there. But because of this is why they play. They are stepping on us. Once I'm telling you, they're stepping on us. I believe this. If our people can do about turn, do the needful, so that everybody will respect himself. And our selfishness, this was our selfishness to be right. Wherefore, we should do more of collaboration than selfishness. This is another problem we have. We must distinct selfishness and do things for collaboration, for collective interest. God bless you, man. Thank you.
There were Mazi. We are winding closer towards the end of the program. I have a caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Oh, thank you, Mazi Chinedu. Can you hear me?
The whole world is hearing you. Go on, please.
Okay. Thank you so much. Most times you say don't greet you, don't you visualize. The thing is, we appreciate your work and other Biafrans because many of us are in our comfort home. You guys step out your head, so that's why also most times we have to appreciate this work. But having said that, I want to remind our Igbo politicians where they always beg Nigerians, for instance, to release Nnamdi. What this shows me that Igbo or Biafrans in general does not have leaders. How can you have your own son granted free from the court and they have not been able to stand their feet and demand for the release of the son? Rather, everybody goes to beg. The begging is what has get taught in this Okpamaya up to today. In all I said, I am reactionary to what we say as most times suggestion. We don't need the development of our life by B10. After all, our people the politicians sometimes went and sponsor a bill to develop our life. What happened? They pushed it down. So now we pretend we don't want their help. Just let us go. That's what we want. I'm trying to rush this in so I can finish in 4 minutes. The next thing I want to say is our women should stop going to church to beg for husband or pray for one. Their husbands scattered all over the world and abroad. As soon as Biafra is restored, we're going to come back. Imagine we at least unmarried Igbo or Igbo people who married other tribes all over the world. There are more than 10 million people. Imagine 10 million men in our life. How many women do we have? Church won't give them husband. It is we that are living in all over the world that are their husband. It's not rocket science. We that are here in abroad, our situations are so difficult, people don't understand. Many of us got ourselves involved in our having children here we never accounted for. Some of us involve ourselves in marrying more than one woman that we didn't bargain for. Many of us, by the time you finish all this work, you come home, you meet nothing. We Many of us have not contributed anything to the growth of our community. All this while, our youthful age wasted outside, only to come back at good age for retirement. That is not life. We must let that go by supporting Biafra. Again, our people should also learn to train our children from carrying on from our legacy. For instance, you're a man who sells medication, the chemist. You train all your children to become doctor and pastor and surgeon. They leave your business and everybody travel. Nobody to continue the family business. Nobody, for those who are living in the village, nobody is trained to continue from where their parents stop. Everybody leaves the village. You build a house in the village, nobody lives there. Is that not the cause the Bible have talked about? Again, one more suggestion is please, IPOBs to take this as a matter of fact and urgency to train our principal officers, people who, especially coordinators, to give some sort of training. I know that when Mazi Nnamdi came out, so many people went step back, but the people who step forward were the people who took this thing. But since we are here, we need to be trained. It's a suggestion. And again, please, Mazi Jonathan, Chinas and Wodo has sometimes came out to say that Umunoji or Law Anta, where you have Fulani herdsmen, will be clean. Fulani herdsmen have started killing people there again as I'm talking to you. Many people, the youth come up and promise security now. But I know that it might not be enough. It's just for Umunoji, yes, Umunoji. As within this week and last week, there have been a lot of kidnapping and gunshot, what have you. So now, the last, not but the least, maybe second to the last, is Ibazu went and said, him about money to call Chinese company to come and set up few manufacturing company in Aba, which he never achieved. Whereas we have engineers on show that he can just build a factory in Aba. These people will showcase their talent or support them with the microfinances for people to support their industry. No, he prefers to go call Chinese to come and build something in Aba. But lastly is we have been playing with the ancestral land that God gave us. This is why Fulani is killing us. For what we have, that means what God gave us in a platter of God, we are playing with it. Fulani didn't have this opportunity to own their own land. They are fighting for what we are playing with. Mazi Chinedu, thank you so much. And all hail Biafra.
Almost say Biafra. There were Mazi. I have Mazi CJ. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Mazi CJ, can you hear me? Go on, please, go on.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk to people once again. Good evening, Biafrans, wherever you are. It's Mazi CJ speaking. First of all, I want to talk about this British partnership, proposed partnership with Hanese. Mazi Jonathan, for how long? It's like these people don't want to rest. They think they can continue doing what they have been doing for eternity against the people and thinking that they will always have their way. How come British want to come partner with Ohanese and Southeast? What about Nigeria? So they're no longer using Nigeria to develop partner. Is the Ohanese not part of Nigeria anymore, or Southern part of Nigeria? They should come and tell us. Now, they have now come to talk about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who's their citizen. They want to partner with Ohanese. Believe you me, British know what they are doing. What Mazi said, he's only reiterating the obvious. We all know it. Orion have told us all this. We ourselves have done our individual research, and we live with these people. These people will never find or do anything good for you. Believe you me. And how come it is these same people, this same group of people in our land that they always use. They are not going to develop nothing. And they know the people they want to partner with, which is Wire and Co and the rest of them. These are the, can you remember, these are the people. The Wire and Co, they were all the people talking about restructuring, election, even presidency. All of those, they use these things to engage our people. False hope upon false hope upon false hope. Since I was born until now, when now we are not getting younger. The same old story. So British know how to use these people strategically at a particular time to come and bring in one rubbish and the other hope to their people. I hope our people will not buy this time around. They are the same people that have come again. They don't want to give us our freedom. They are looking to come and develop, and so they want to bypass Nigeria now and come and develop a Southeast. So Nigeria will not know what's happening with them, between them and Southeast. Isn't this ridiculous, Mazi Jonathan? And believe you me, if they are not coming to talk about Mazi and Kanu, his release and his whereabouts, that Montgomery of a guy, I've seen he's a very young man. He should be tutored on the history of Igbo with Nigeria and his own country, Britain. We all know this. They should think there's them nothing we don't know. He should be tutored. I know he's doing his job as the new ambassador assigned to Nigeria, or whatever they wrote to him in his books, in their books in England. That's what he studied as our history, as our pen. Let him go and study very, very well, and not come to make a fool of himself and Britain that they want to partner to develop what? Where is he going to start, for goodness sake? A lot of people have spoken about this. I don't want to flog it so much, but I want to say, if he is not coming to talk about the release of their citizens, are they not ashamed as a country? I live in a very little country of 4.5 million. This country will never allow their citizens a holder of their passport. Jonathan, I tell you, during Egyptian uprising, there was a guy that left this country here, an Egyptian. He was born here. I mean, he was born in Egypt, but grew up here with Irish passport. And he went and participated in the uprising. The Egyptian government jailed him. This country fought tooth and nail. They fought tooth and nail and got him back. Britain should be ashamed of themselves as a country. This guy is coming to just mock us. Montgomery must know he's coming to mock the Biafran people and the Igbo race about their citizen. Our Oyendu that is in DSS dungeon, freed by the court, and they don't want to talk about him. He's coming to develop. For goodness sake. Secondly, Tinubu, Mazi, we respect you, but it's important we make this point. Mazi, have you noticed, even during the election, the primaries, the campaigns, up until now, this man called Tinubu have not said anything about Nnamdi Kanu and the Biafra agitation. Every journalist, every people that ask questions, when they manage to see him, avoid that question to Tinubu. If anybody have heard him where he spoke about Nnamdi Kanu and Biafra agitation, maybe I'm wrong, correctly, but I have not, because I'm a very keen follower of this thing, believe you me. When Lai Mohammed told you they don't sleep, he's talking about us. We don't sleep. Believe me. So Tinubu should start by making a statement. During the campaign, they forced Obi to make a statement about Oyendu. They forced Atiku to make a statement about Oyendu. These are the front runners. Why Yoruba media, none of them, even when he went to Chatham House, they never asked him about Nnamdi Kanu and the agitation. Today, that man have not said about what he did was to get Asarito Kubo and went into closed door meetings with him and then asked him to come out, gave him the highest press room in the land under the coat of arms of Nigeria to spill gibberish, to spill nonsense against the Igbo people and talk about against the Mazi and Nnamdi Kanu. And you're telling me Tinubu is not in the know? Are you telling? Remember, he said that after meeting Tinubu. Tinubu is in the know. I want you to put him on. He's in the know. They should stop pretending. The reality here is today is Nnamdi Kanu has been freed from the courts, by the courts. He's been held illegally in Nigeria. He's been held illegally. Montgomery knows it. All of those that are behind Montgomery, they know it. What are they afraid of? What are they afraid of? Every day we come here, we talk, and we know why we are talking. A time will come when talking will be over. Because one name, you're supposed to know when two people are looking to, they start from a bamba. Real panic. Because I don't want you not here. When I hear, we know what's going on. People want to go home. Montgomery should go and tutor himself about our history and our pain. Mazi,
Mazi, thank you very much. I have a caller on signal. You're going to be the last caller. You are the last caller. Caller on signal. Mazi, I think Mazi Dudu. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mazi.
Welcome to the program.
Salute you. Salute you. I greet everybody. IPOB worldwide. My name is Reme Mazi Dudu Okemuno, Manisoko speaking Biafra from the coastal region of Biafra land. A lot have been said. I have been listening. A lot of points of views, opinion, and others. A lot of people have made good contribution. But I will say generally from my own personal point of view that I will tell Biafra that we should a little bit stay away from glory and praises, because I think we are a little, being drawn with it. We should face more reality, some of the issues that are, that are there that we need to tackle and solve. We really have a lot on our desk. The enemies are not sleeping. They are fighting hard to make sure that they wipe us out of this the global map. And there is an alleged statement. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I said by the Belarus president. He said that if Russia falls, he said that they will be smoothed out. He knows who they are talking to. He knows who he was referring to. Recently, about like 3-4 days, if I'm not mistaken. They say the Westerners, the way I see them, if they are going to do anything positively in the favor of Biafrans or Africa, I will use the words of the Christians. It's going to be God's grace. So that means we have to put a lot of pressure and more work and effort to the restoration and the freedom of our people that we are taking for, because these people they have a tough agenda. They have a very tough one. Brigade came to Hausa the other day. A lot of people, I saw comment on Punch News. Oh, this one that we have now come in. I pray that I had the BP.
Mazi, ignorance is not only a disease. Ignorance is death. Honestly,
they don't know that this guy is coming to negotiate for where he can harvest free organ and all that. Brigade, this Ekwensu, they call Nigeria, come follow you negotiate. Nigeria go take better. I think they call this one that he came. I hope that he helped Tinubu to, I don't die. Hey, but anyway, that is not the reason why I called. The only reason why I called is that there was a discussion between you and Mazi and it's like there was a little kind of obstruction, and the point was not made. And the point is that I want Mazi to clear us a little bit on the aspect of when he spoke about Tinubu that we are not too smart politically, and of course I agree with that one. When it comes to politics, we from the south, or should I say southeast, Nazeru. There's no need for me to hype anybody or hype or talk glory or try to Nazeru. Nazeru, you made a statement the other day that show me your environment and I will tell you who you are. Show me your politician and I'll tell you how foolish they are. It have a broad way to be interpreted in many aspects. So that aspect, you wanted to bring him, you wanted to calm him down so that he would not elaborate, but it seemed that he went on without listening to you because maybe he was just speaking, he was in the spirit, so he did not elaborate. But me, I want him to elaborate on that aspect of what he meant that which is a Southwesterner is now the president, that something support. I know even if you say I should support Tinubu, how can I even support Tinubu? I don't even have the power, even if I want to, knowing fully well that I will not even. But even if I choose to have, and how will even better Nigeria or people trapped in that zoo. So probably he did not finish or he did not elaborate very properly. Please, if he can, educate us on what he meant, I will be very, delighted. Thank you very much, Mazi, for giving me the opportunity to speak on Radio Biafra.
You are one of us. Thank you very much.
Mazi,
Mazi, you will go on and continue to making your closing remarks. Do you see what I'm telling you? Radio Biafra is being listened to. So be ready for anything you say. Be ready for fire for fire. Yes. That is a parliament. Yes, I love it. Go on, please. Go on.
Now, let me start from the other man that talks about Abraham. I have a complete revelation. Abraham, his original name is Ibeneme.
Mazi, can I please, before you continue, let me also point out something so that because we are trying to sanitize ourselves from superstition to facing reality. Yeah. That is number one. Yeah. Now, when we can take maybe a proof of, or to bring a proof of what you want to say, and try to understand where I'm going. You say something, you want to bring the proof. Somebody asks you what is the proof. Say no, it is being revealed to me. Mazi, doesn't it mean that does it make sense at all in what we are doing? It's just like when Nelly Ofebu was shouting, "Hey, the DOS, they have sold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu." Then he said he will bring proof, and finally he said he saw it in a vision, and they revealed to her. Doesn't it mean, is it not absurd that they revealed to me? I can also come up to say they revealed to me this, because what we are doing is, I don't know whether you understand where I'm going. I understand
you too well. I understand you much too well.
Go on.
Now, when you go to this Bible they brought to us, how did the man wrote about Adam and his name becomes Adam? The other one is If, and he becomes If. And all the name that happens over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 million years ago. How did they manage to give it this name? So, you see, I am not into superstition. I don't believe in superstition. Abraham, his name is Ibeneme. He left that Biafra land on a journey. He ended up in a land where he is not accepted. Because originally he is part of us. When we say Umu Chineke, he is part of us. And God met him there and took him to where he take him to. That is by the way. Secondly, his grandson called Eri, that is the son of Jacob. find himself back to where he belongs. Originally, his father was coming from that particular land. And when there is this problem in Egypt, he finds himself back to where he belongs. That is what I can answer on that particular man. Let him continue on his research, because most of the things we are doing here, we must be doing both spiritually. Because when we talk about aliens, the white people are now using alien. When we say alien, something you cannot even see. So many things has been done today by the power of aliens.
Of course.
And our forefathers were together with this particular alien. The alien we call them Abu. You can't see an Abu. Abu lives inside a man. Abu, every man that has Abu in him does some strange things. Things that can baffle you. So if we want to say prove, then we are going back to area we will now have become evangelical people that want to say something. I'm not trying to be superstitious. Let me leave that one there. Then secondly, when I talk about Tinubu, a lot has happened to us. If you remember the interview of that particular man called Harold Smith, the Britain doesn't want any alliance between Yoruba and Igbo. They never wanted it. The only alliance that will come must be either North and the South or North and the Eastern region. That is the alliance they want. And cleverly, Nnamdi Azikiwe bypassed every other thing and formed that alliance with the Northern People Congress. That gives him the opportunity of producing both ministers of aviation and so many ministries. And then Awolowo was sidelined. And this is what happened, that Akintola now broke away from Awolowo and began to seek alliance with Northern People Congress, because automatically Zik has now formed the alliance, instead of forming the alliance with Awolowo that can give them the Prime Minister and the President with their portfolio. Zik went and formed the alliance with Northern People Congress. Eventually, they now produce the first civilian administration with the NCNC and the NPC. It did not go well with Akintola. Akintola got annoyed and began to break away, begin to seek another alliance with the Tafawa Balewa. And that brought about the problem we have in the West. We have to go back to history. Now, all this while, when finally the war broke out and when finally the war ended, Britain tried to advise the West how to continuously with the alliance with the North, because the war was fought between North and the West against the Igbos, the Eastern Nigeria. And so the greatest beneficiary of this particular war was the Yorubas and partly the Northerners. Coming this time around, after the handing over to civilian, another problem rises again. When Shehu Shagari cannot make up the 12 point something 19 states of the Federation, then when there was so much problem between the how many states you must have to win before you become president, Azikiwe even called for boycott, called for the annulment of that particular election, that Shehu Shagari cannot be president, that they calling for the military government to annul the election. But the same Azikiwe indirectly went and formed alliance with the Shehu Shagari that now gives the government go ahead to form a government. Go and look at the history. Azikiwe went and formed alliance with NPP and the Northern People MPN. He formed alliance. That was how Azikiwe MPN was able to produce government, and then they begin to run the government then. It did not go well again with the Western Nigeria. Awolowo becomes sidelined once again. So Yorubas are learning their lesson. If you check it very well, you see this Fani Kayode. He was the one that was aligning with Akintola in those days to pressure to have alliance with the North. And finally, when we came to the next dispensation of what do you call him, Babangida, of NRC and the SDP, what do you call him, Abiola, now remember the history and went and have a Northerner, Kinjibe, Babagana Kinjibe, as his vice. And then they were able to win that election. But the election was annoyed. And who carried the annulment process? It was used by Aton Zeribe, the man that went in the night to Justice Ikpeme to go and obtain an injunction to stop the Humphrey Mosu from announcing the final election result. When the over 95% of the election result had been announced, the winner we know. Then the next day, Babangida come on television and announced the annulment of election. The Yoruba was massacred. The Igbos was massacred. In fact, the Igbos paid the highest price. So we are dealing with complex society like Nigeria put together by Britain. Now, each of them have learned their lessons one way or the other. Everybody is now how to maneuver each other. Since they cannot break Nigeria into pieces, they begin the maneuvering. Here we come this time around, when what do you call him, Abdul Salami now put up a political process in place by bringing election of what do you call him, Olufaleye and Obasanjo. Of course, Obasanjo did not win the election. Olufaleye win the election, but they awarded it to Obasanjo. After Obasanjo, they gave it to Yaredua. After Yaredua, because he died, I've said this thing before, they gave it to Jonathan. Then waited for Jonathan. 2015, everything was done, humanly possibly done to remove Jonathan. And then Buhari came in. When Buhari came in, it was the arrangement, if you listen to that Army Navy general who was speaking, who says the center of gravity was Boko Haram, that man that was speaking, that made series of revelations. He said they went to hunt for somebody who will be there as president. They even went as much as meeting the CIA. And they pointed that it must be Buhari. So you can see the West have now maneuvered themselves to putting Buhari a northerner with an agreement. And after he said something, he said, now this is how Tinubu now comes in. They now bring Tinubu in there. So what I'm trying to say in effect that we have to learn this intricate politics of Nigeria and see how we are engaging, because for now, we are talking about Biafra restoration. There is nothing happening to Biafra restoration. We are getting our independence because Nigeria is not working for anybody. It's not working. Everybody is dying because of Nigeria. But meanwhile, they have used this, our brother, who is called P2B, to go and legitimize the election. Instead of talking about independence of Biafra, he went there and sold everything outright and tell us that Biafra died 52 years ago. As far as he's concerned, he is talking about Nigeria, believing that having said that, they will have given him the presidency of Nigeria. At the end, he was not given anything. And so, when finally the North and the West begin to reconcile themselves based on the old happening, they gave the power to the West. And what happened? We all, 95% of Ndi Igbo, including some Biafrans and the Bini people, quite well voted for P2B, so to say. But it is not about winning election, is the issue. It is about rigging elections. It is about rigging. And Tinubu has what it takes to rig the election with the support of the old order. So the election was rigged in favor of Tinubu. It is clear there. Rigging is accepted as long as the returning officer, the central returning officer, who is the electoral officer, will announce you a winner and give you certificate of return. You are made president. The swearing in, he has to find a way of getting himself into a sorrow. So what do? Shall we continue another 8 years of disastrous? Now we have continued because immediately after the election, there was this market burning all over the place. That means those that wanted to vote, remember we asked our people, those who want to go and vote, let them go and vote. They wanted to vote for P2B, but they never know that their vote does not count. Our leader has said it 100 times without number, that in Nigeria, you don't win an election. It is the electoral officer, chief electoral officer, that will announce you the winner. These people seem not to understand because they are stupid. They all went and voted for somebody they know that cannot be allowed to become president, no matter what. Even El-Rufai said, instead of Igbo man to be president, they are ready to go for war. Didn't he say that? Did anybody challenge him? He said he's no. So why do you go into an election which you know that even if you win, you will not allow to become president? What do? My brother was saying, and I should wait until court. Which court will decide? Didn't Atiku and P2B won the election? Did the court not decide and throw everything away? Election is not being free and fair in Nigeria. The Western country choose whoever that will represent their interests. And the best person for now is Tinubu. And we don't have to go, those who wanted to vote. Because for me, I was to say there will be no election. But I look at the wisdom because the IPOB leadership doesn't want any blame. They tried. Wonderful. Kudos to them. They did a wonderful work. Today, the obedience are the losers. It is still we that are losers. Now, we are bearing the brunt of that particular miscalculation. It is the same thing, 10 and 10 pence. We are still suffering. So how do we navigate out of this particular political problem that we are having in Nigeria? And how do we seek for the independence of Biafra? 70% of people that have been talking about Nnamdi Kanu joined P2B. If you remember when Ifeanyi Uba went to Alaba International, they were singing to him, Nnamdi Kanu is another. In fact, he joined in singing. He was embarrassed there. During the day, he was trying to contest for, I think, either governorship of Anambra. They were singing for Nnamdi Kanu. And at the end of the day, what happened? The same Alaba people went and closed the market and said, if you don't have your PVC, you cannot enter the market. They wanted a candidate. Is it not political miscalculation? How do you protect your interests? Is it by changing? Why can't we study this politics? Those that want to be in Nigeria. We are talking about Biafra. I'm talking as therefore, I am trying to make a point that we should stop too much sentiment in politics if we must want to play that Nigeria politics. We should not support anybody. Biafrans, we are talking about self-determination, how we can have our country. It is not a bad thing. It is not an offense. It is not a criminal act for one to say, I don't want to belong to this particular country. Let us have another arrangement whereby we can take care of ourselves and be able to govern ourselves, give ourselves better arrangements, better governance, good road, water, electricity. Then we give ourselves insurance and the pension fund for our old people. This is what I'm trying to say. So I'm not trying to say, We should know how the political compass move. We join it. Those that want to join politics. But for now, we are talking about Biafra restoration. Our leader is in incarceration. And there's no way Tinubu will talk about it. Nobody will ask him about it because he is fighting to become president of Nigeria. Nnamdi Kanu is never talking, he's not talking about being president of Nigeria. He's talking about Biafra freedom from British colonial rule because Britain is still colonizing Nigeria till tomorrow. Nigeria is not a free country. Mazi, this is why I will stop. Thank you.
Mazi, thank you very much. As I said, this is the parliament, whereby you express your view and be ready to take questions or fire from any other person to defend your hypothesis.
that is what makes it a good day.
You know, because Mazi, you know, this, if the radio is going on one way always, that is why I always say about praises. I know it will not be interesting. Sometimes you receive fire, you know, what do BBC call it? Is it hard talk? You know, you receive with, you know, I'm not saying about the insult, no, but opposing argument, and you have to defend your own. And people are, the more you defend, the more you are learning from your opponent, and the person is also learning. It's a symbiotic, you know, issue, mutual benefit. That is it. So people should not shy away from expressing their view. It doesn't matter how, as long as we do it in a civilized manner. That is my own. Do it in a civilized manner. It will be highly interesting. Mazi, I don't agree with what you said. This. Now we debate it. That is how it should be. You know?
Yeah.
So, like in my own, like what Mazi said, like in my own view, once under Nigeria setting, Britain have done the magic they did right from 1966. They trained the naive, innocent Igbo military officers mostly.
Including Northern officers.
You know that time, people that go to school, mostly they are Igbos. They are in charge, mostly. There are every other tribe, yes, but mostly Igbos, you know. So, now, they train them in Sandust, in United Kingdom, in America. Now, they insert in them, they pin into their skulls about being patriotic to Nigeria, their creation. That is where they outsmarted everybody. And these people, they never knew the intricacies, the complications, the sophistications of a country building or running a nation or running a country. They were highly innocent and naive. So Britain trained them. You have a country now. You have to. So anything they tell them, they are doing it under Nigeria. When Britain told them that, look, you have to get out. Look at Ahmad Bello. He's a racist. So you have to read him, get him off. Otherwise, if you leave him, it's going to constitute problem. One, Britain wanted to kill two birds with one stone. They want to get rid of Ahmad Bello, one, and they want to cause problems for Igbos. That is the two things they want to, because Ahmad Bello, they perceive, Mazi, these Westerners, Western countries, they don't forget. They never, what you did to them, even your great-great-grandfathers did to them in 700 years back. One day they will open the fire. They will remember it. They don't forget.
I know.
It's we Africans that forget very easily. Now leave them now, for it's a past. It don't pass. This is the reason why Britain is still dealing with us Biafrans, because they know that we don't forget. If it is them, they don't forget. So they believe that any time, even if it takes 1,000 years, that we are still going to remember. So the best thing for them is to make sure that they eliminate us, force us to be mumus they want us to be forever. Because they know that, they believe that any time we rise up. Even if we took 1,000 years, that we are going to remember the evil perpetrated unto us by them. And that is why even the Europeans in general, they never one day discuss about the slavery, the evil they committed, evil of colonization and slavery. Because they believe that if they accept to apologize, hey, we break loose. That is why they are using their policies in Africa in order to quell the situation, so that we, as they took us as half human beings, zombies. Now generations will pass and pass and pass until we forget it. Everything, forget about the whole thing. As we are doing now, start praying to white God that they are our savior, defending them. That is what they want us to be. The type of human being they want us to be. Because for them, if it is them, even if it took 1,000 years, they are not going to forget anything. What they must revenge. That is it. So, in my own view, even if we Biafrans, we support one person or the other in the Nigeria political setting, it must one way or the other backfire on us. They will use it. They will use it. Whether we play that we are, gullible and support one person or the other. One thing or the other, there must be one way or the other to backfire. That is sure. Because Nigeria is created to undo us as Biafrans. That is the main thing. To remove that place, that light that wants to shine. That light Britain saw. They saw it right from earlier time. They want to quench it forever. So that we will not see anything. That's why they are giving us visa waivers in England, in Canada. So that instead of shining in our land, you go and that light, you go and be shining it overseas. The other day,
once you leave the land, you have left forever.
It's forever. It's forever. It's forever.
For many 50 years.
I'm telling you, it's forever. It's not Mazi, look at, I saw the other day on social media, one Igbo girl that became, is it the best student in China of that year?
Yeah.
Speaking Chinese like somebody that was, how many years he went there? He learned Chinese and used it to be the best. Don't you see the talents Britain is killing in our land? They are sponsoring the slaughtering and the quenching of this light in our land. Do you know what it means to learn a language like Chinese Mandarin? Do you know what it means? Now to become, you are not born there. You just went there to study and learn it and use it to study and become the best. What about if we have been indigenized and doing something in our own land? Don't you think that we will be the best in the world? That is what they saw, and they are quenching it and trying to quench it. So
and
that
they are fighting every day.
They are fighting. And that is why they are trying to redirect us to their side. They're redirecting us. Oh, come to Canada and work, no problem. Oh, come to Germany, no problem. Come to United Kingdom, we will treat you well. Anything you are shining there, you have lost your roots. You are shining, the praises goes to your host country. You understand? Anything, Philip Emawale, what he discovered, the supercomputer, internet, everything, is America. is America, nothing more. Is under America, United States of America, nothing more. He, and as an individual, one day he will die, and his discoveries, everything is credit goes to America. One American that discovered this and that, that's it. That is, they don't want to see that light in our land. The only thing is that we need to confront, play the sophisticated politics. That is where I always call our people that we are primitive, because we lack sophistications in thinking, in making arrangements, political arrangement, political thinking. We are very simple, easygoing human beings. We thought that politics is about is like buying and selling, mercantile. Everything is just give way now, and within small time you make gain. You don't know that in politics, in order to be grounded in politics, you can play politics that will not even favor you now. But in the next 30 years, you will start reading the dividends. Ask the Fulanese, how did they come here to reach to this extent? After all, during the Biafra war, of the Fulanese, how many are there? They didn't even engage in the fight. How many are there? How many were there? Ask yourself, how many were there? Somebody like Buhari. Buhari was an officer, a young officer. He was a commissioned officer, commanding. How many are there? The people that fought the war, they were the Middle Belt, other tribes. Now the Yorubas. But today, little by little, Fulani in their politics, the Fulani, they were excelling. They were excelling. They were excelling. They started using Babangida, using Abacha, who are not Fulanese, in order to continue the Fulanization agenda. Do you see how they do? They were at the background doing that is political calculation. Once it comes to some situations, they tell Babangida, you remember we are all one people, we are the North. So these Southerners do not. Well, sometimes they go and connive with the Yoruba, say no, we are all one. Leave these Igbo people. They are stubborn Igbos. They will demonize, but they themselves they will be in bunch. Now look at Mama Mfasa them. Is it not Babangida killed all of them? They used them, killed them. Gideon Oka them. All of them. They started eliminating those Middle Belters and other non-Fulani ethnicities that we are trying to find out that look, they made mistake in fighting Biafra. That they fought for Fulani. But it was too late. They started eliminating them one by one. Under Nigeria, they were eliminating them. Today, the Fulani have excelled and been on top. A few set of people, less than 2% of the population. Don't you think that it is a politics?
Mazi, you know, excuse me, Mazi. Do you know where we have forgotten about Joseph Garuba?
Okay.
Joseph Garuba, the man that was used in overthrowing Gowon, his brother. Joseph Garuba. He was the one that announced the overthrow of Gowon, 1975. Joseph Garuba. He was even made the president of United Nations General Assembly. After all said and done. Joseph Garuba. He was the one that announced the coup that overthrew his own brother, Gowon. So you see how this thing works. What I'm trying to say in effect, the Fulanese knows this politics, but the Igbo man doesn't know this politics.
Mazi, do you see where you land? We now land the same place I started.
Yes.
Yes.
We are talking same thing. We are just this parliament. We are talking. I may not go directly to it, but I am just coming from the side of it in order to enter within the middle of it. We are so sentimental and so, emotional. We don't know how to play this politics. Once any Igbo man come in to talk about presidency, we all rally around him without knowing if this man can be able to navigate the troubled water of Nigeria politics. What it takes. Shehu Shagari was rigged in by Obasanjo. Election has never been free and fair in Nigeria. The only election that has been free and fair in Nigeria is option A4 of Humphrey Nwosu. No electoral card, no voting material. You go and stand behind the picture of the person you want to vote for. When the time comes, throughout the whole federation, you count it and everybody is going home with the result. There was nothing like, okay, we have a returning officer, but everybody knows who win the election there. So you cannot just say, this one win. Because the thing is, you count 1, 2, you call option A4. Humphrey Nwosu introduce it.
Mazi, let me tell you what you said now. Do you know that the former president of Gambia, Yahya Jammeh, the election that he lost, do you know that it is what he did? He did it very transparent. Oh, you know what he did? Let me tell you. In every polling station, no PVCO, no nothing. You go and pick mkpragidi. A transparent bottle or box. Now, each photo of the president or the candidate you want, there is one box. They are transparent. Now, each voter will go and take mkpragidi. Now we go to person you want and put it there, insert it there. Everybody at the end, everybody count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 10. Okay, a record. Only everybody, nothing like returning officer this and that. Exactly what you said.
No. Yeah.
They said the most transparent election in Africa. The most.
Was that the election of Abiola? The only time election was conducted free and fair. Babangida conducted it. And remember, before he conducted that election, he built party headquarters throughout the whole 19 or how many states of the federation? Because by then he has created Imo and Anambra and some other places. He built party headquarters. Main party, every state will have 2 party headquarters, SDP and NRC. Then every local government will have NRC and SGP. Every local government will have the party headquarters there. So he was hoping to have a Nigeria that will have 2-party system. But when Britain see that would make Nigeria to be stable, they encourage him not to announce the result. All of a sudden, it was annoying. Nigeria entered into another turmoil. And we paid dearly for it. You remember also Abiola? We paid dearly for it. So how can we continue with this way? When you know you cannot conduct a free and fair election, when you know you cannot announce the true winner of the election, you say go to court. And when you go to court, the court will be maneuvering every other person. So why don't we separate? We need to destroy, Nigeria needs to be disintegrated so that everybody will go and start to develop it on his own area. Let us stop this thing we are doing.
Of course.
But if you tell our brothers, they will not accept. P2B will not accept. They still believe that if they go to court, they will see. How can you win? How can a court announce you a winner? It is impossible. It will not happen. Do you know what it means?
Pipe dream.
It's a complete pipe dream. Our brother who was talking, let us wait for court. Which court are you waiting? Which court are you waiting? P2B is even talking of 2027 now. He has changed his position. That man.
Mazi, naturally, naturally, honestly.
No, I hate him truly, because I studied this man from the day he came to Anambra State and what he did in Anambra State. He brought in dichotomy. He hates every other person that is not from Anambra. He brought division among the Igbos in Anambra. And that is the continuity of it. The man that he put in place, what is the name? Obiano, even did more worse thing than him.
Mazi, I think we will conclude. I think another day we have to discuss this dichotomy you talk about in our land.
Yes,
I'm telling you, we need to talk. We have to talk about it because all that mentality, some of our people. This clanism, I call it clanism, internal racism. Only Igbo from I'm an Igbo man, but I'm from Imo. No, I'm Anambra. No, I'm Ebony. You know, the Ebonites. You know, the Imolites. We have. That's why you see, for Biafra, real genuine Biafra to come, we need to sanitize our brains on every facet, both this clanism, both this religious issue. Otherwise, I want to go Biafra I thought Sobu be those here for another 20 years. People don't know. That's why what we are doing is the most important aspect of the restoration. First of all, restoring our mindset.
Important aspect of restoration.
Yes.
Those things are here. We say it.
We say it here. We say it.
Let people say their opinion.
Yes.
Because if you say, hey, let us not go there, that thing you say that is what will destroy us.
Of course.
But so much has happened to us.
Of course.
So much has been swept under carpet. And so many is being swept under carpet. Do you know the mission of this particular man, ambassador, coming to develop? Do you know what he's coming with? Do you know the type of politics they want to play in southeast? They are coming with some very, very dangerous plan. My brother.
There were Mazi. There were. Thank you very much. Ibolia, you know, I as well 4 hours plus. Thank you, Mazi.
I'm very happy. I'm very, very, very happy to have talked this night. I'm happy. Honestly.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, this is where we are going to close the program. You know, we must continue. I love this radio to be a talking point where we discuss ideas. You come with your own idea, don't shy away, please. It makes us more mentally able and creative, thinking more than, because we are looking for the best, not mediocrity. You understand? So, thank you for listening. Biafra is our religion. From me, Mazi Jonathan, together with our veteran, Mazi Ezekulie, it is simply good evening.
The land of the rising sun is a home of the Biafrans. The fire of the eastern land is a promised land.